Well. Look who we have here. We've made it to day 15. Sorry guys, I started a little bit later. I thought I could just turn on the stream and everything will work just like normal, but my audio stopped working. And I think I discovered what's causing it, but the reason for it is not the most ideal. So anyways, I haven't gotten a good answer yet. Basically, I plugged in one of my hard drives, and I guess that's one hard drive too many, and it wouldn't let my audio actually play. So anyways, that's not your problem, that's my problem. Welcome guys. We are on day 15 of our streaming journey. Yes, day 15. That means we have somehow survived our very first 2 weeks of streaming. And I think we've been doing a good job. We've been, at least in terms of putting in the hours, we've been putting it around like 7-8 hours. Yesterday, I think, oh my god, I need to double check, but I think I missed the mark by like 3 minutes. I think if I had streamed 3 more minutes, I would have hit 9 hours, I believe. But instead it was like 8 minutes and 57 seconds or something. So anyways, who cares? What does that actually mean? Doesn't mean anything. But as a quick little recap, yesterday was a very good day. We officially have become a Twitch affiliate. Actually, that's not true. We were officially invited and qualified to be a Twitch affiliate. Now I have to do all the fun little steps to, set it up, including, giving all my tax information, proving to them that I am who I say I am. And then also, once that goes through, then I think we can officially say we are a Twitch affiliate streamer, which is cool. It's a little wins there. But as part of that process, there was a whole conversation, and again, thank you Maple Glades. He's like a Twitch veteran, and he's got his own community of photographers, videographers. So anyways, he's been really helpful, and so he told me, man, you got to start working on your emotes as soon as possible, because that's one of the, I guess, benefits of being a Twitch affiliate is you can actually create custom emotes. So I believe there is some limitations in terms of how many emotes you can do as a affiliate as I'm starting out, but there's a lot of promise there. I'm kind of excited because he first told me that, especially if you're a wildlife photographer, you can basically make emotes from your photos, and it's just like, as long as you put on a transparent background, remove the background, then boom, there you go. So anyways, that's pretty exciting. So give me a few days. Hopefully they'll approve me much sooner. But I figured we can start off today's stream by actually going through some of my photos and trying to figure out which of them are most appropriate for potential emotes. So anyways, I figured that would be a fun little task to start with. Yes, this does mean that I'm delaying the start of what we're supposed to be finishing in the next 2 days, which is the Mongolia travel vlog episode 1. But look, that's not going anywhere, and we've made good progress yesterday. I'm actually in a good spot with it, where I feel like, it's almost an autopilot at this point. We just have our final chapter to complete, as well as putting in a little bit of a photo montage, and then we got to work on the script. And actually, the more I talk about it, the more I'm realizing, wait a second, it's actually not on autopilot. We actually do have a lot more to go. But this is all going to be exciting stuff, and I think this is just as important. I think it would be nice to have a number of emotes. So I will say there is a little bit of a struggle, which is what I mentioned. The audio stopped working. So like, for instance, I have this audio interface, the Scarlett Focusrite 2i2. It's something I bought several years back, and I have it. It's a USB, so I plug in that into this little hub that I have. But then when I plugged in this external hard drive where I house a lot of my old photos, so like, for instance, this photo here was back in like 2019. So a lot of the older photos that I have are actually on this one hard drive, which the moment I plugged it in, it stopped my audio from working. So I do need to see if I can figure out a solution. And I almost feel hesitant to try it out on stream, because what if I plug it into something and the moment I do that, it like, deactivates other things that it shouldn't. But you know what, it's worth trying, because I do want to be able to do this exercise with you guys. I think it'll be fun for you guys to see some of my old photos, so it's a little bit of like a trip down memory lane, but then also, you can kind of get a sense of like what could be some really cool photos that I might want to use. And then, you know, if you guys see it or check it out at some point, maybe you guys can also tell me which of these are best for potential emotes. My understanding is like for emotes, you might want things that have a lot more like emotion involved, right? So something like a surprise Pikachu type face or a, you know, laughing face or whatever else. And thankfully, animals are quite emotive. I do have a number of wildlife shots, animal shots, where they do make different types of faces. So the potential is there. Now, what is not there is good access to connect to my computer. So let me think through what's the best way to make this work. What if I plug this into my monitor here? I do believe I have a USB. Okay, so bear with me, guys. I'm going to be all over the place as I try to figure out if there's an open port I can use somewhere without making something else stop working. Alright, fingers crossed. I've plugged in the hard drive. We're about to see if it loads up. I'm hearing something. I'm hearing something whirring, which is normally the sound of this one hard drive. But will it turn on? We are waiting with bated breath. Here, I'll show you guys what I mean. There it is! Alright, we're in business, boys and girls. Okay, cool. That means we can fully go deep into this exercise, at least for the most part. We're not going to spend all the time because I think I have an additional hard drive that I need to plug in. And listen, I don't want to push my luck. But at least we should have a good starting point with some of our photos. So maybe I'll start by showing you guys the potential emotes, right? So the potential photos. I'm basically going all the way back to the start of my photography career, and I'm just going through some of the photos that I'd taken at the time to get a sense of maybe, you know, even as far as back as there, did I have anything to use? So, for instance, not the best photo. You can see there's a lot of, what do they call this? When you get the fringes, the purple fringes. This is with my Sony a6000 photo from way back in the day. That was the first photo, that was the first camera I ever had in terms of my photography career. But I didn't know what I was doing. I shot this, I think originally it was actually a JPEG, and then I converted it into a TIFF RAW file. So this one I probably won't use just because, I don't know, I guess you could, because the whole point is that I need to find shots of animals, and then I need it where it's easy to replace the background, or essentially just remove the background. And my understanding of these emotes is that I just need to save them as PNGs with transparent background, and then we're good. Now, I'm not feeling this one as much though, because the face it's making, there's not much going on there, which could be its own emote, I guess. So not much going on there, but the reason I kept it here was, one, it was one of the first photos I took, and then two, just to give a little bit of lore about who I am and my name. My name actually means a ram's horn. So apparently it's like old school, ancient, like biblical word, like a old school Hebrew word apparently, or somewhat. It's like inspired by that. Yovel, Y-O-V-E-L is like the real one. But in Korean, they don't have a V sound, so instead my name became Yobel with a B. But anyways, so I do have an affinity towards rams for that reason. In fact, my first tattoo I ever got was of a really cool design that I hired an artist online, and I worked nonstop to kind of fine-tune it to make it very, very artistic and creative. But anyways, my first tattoo ever is of a ram's horn, and of rams. It's on my back, so I can't show you. But yeah, I went it was like one of those go big or go home with my first tattoo. I was like, you know what? Let's just get a big ass tattoo on my upper back. So good times. But anyway, so like I said, I have the ram here, but I don't actually think it's gonna be a contender for now, because I think when I start off as a Twitch affiliate, you can only have up to 5 emotes. So whatever, it's in the back pocket though. Now, I do want to say hello to, I see there's there's 5 of you guys watching on YouTube, so hello, thank you for watching on YouTube, and the 3 of you on Kick, I appreciate that as well. So just a quick little thing as I'm starting off the stream intro. I am a full-time wildlife and travel photographer and videographer. I've started a YouTube as of a year-ish ago. And yeah, so I've left corporate as of about 2 years back, at this point, or 1.5 years, and I decided I want to go full into this because there was something here that I wanted to continue to explore and see if there's opportunity to do this forever. So I've been traveling nonstop for the past 1.5 years. I got back a couple months ago from my last trip, and I have over 100 terabytes worth of video and photo files from at least 12 different trips in the past 1.5 years. And so when I'm not traveling, what do? Basically what you're seeing me do now, minus doing these exercises now that we're doing streaming mode. But yeah, I'll be in front of the computer editing photos and videos, and especially from the lens of trying to create videos for YouTube. So if you check out any of the previous VODs, we are on day 15. So for the past 14 days, my goal was to stream every single day, test out if I can be a streamer. Like, do I have the technical wherewithal? Do I have the endurance, stamina, the entertainment factor, whatever else that comes with it? Can I do this long term? And the answer so far has been yes. Let's keep doing it. But yeah, every day I'm streaming, I'm editing all of that. You can check out the previous VODs to see the progress we've made. We're almost done with our first video project, which is on Mongolia from last year, February of 2024. And for that trip, there is going to be probably 2 or 3 episodes. So once we finish this first project, we'll move on to the next and the next and the next. And the beauty is, as far as me being a streamer, I don't have any concerns about, oh, well, once I'm done with all my video projects, what next? What will entice people to continue tuning into my stream? The good news is, with 100 terabytes worth of footage, I will not run out anytime soon. I will have content from all over the world, from my wildlife trips, including Hokkaido, Japan, Vietnam, Zimbabwe, Uganda, Sri Lanka, Mongolia. Again, I've been a few times there. Where else have we been recently? Tanzania, Colombia, and there's a handful more that I'm not remembering at this point, but you get the picture. Each of those trips, I end up like photographing and filming every moment possible, and so that becomes hopefully entertainment and content for you guys. Now, what's the other value? Well, this is stuff that I'm working towards to post on my social media. So for instance, you can find me on Instagram at YoBellPrize, and you can find me on my YouTube, as I mentioned, at YoBellPrize. And yeah, once we're done with these projects, I'm publishing it onto YouTube. So those of you who stick around, who participate, who enjoy these streams or engage with me in any capacity, you will have the privilege of being the select few who've seen behind the scenes of how I make my videos. Hopefully the video quality will be excellent, but either way, you guys are the first to see it and hopefully contribute to the process as well. So as we build up the community, the hope is that you guys will provide feedback, give me some thoughts. If I'm stuck about something, you know, I would love to hear from you guys on what to do, including, for instance, like we said, as we work on these emotes, and if you're like, you know what, actually this emote is the best for these reasons, I want to be able to hear from all you guys as we go through that process. Another thing I'm going to do, and I mention this, I'm going to mention it every day, I need to be shameless with promoting myself in every capacity. And one of the first things I'll do is I'm going to type in the chat my Discord link. So we have created a Discord community, and so it's open to everyone, as you know, as long as you follow the typical rules on just don't be a dick, right? That kind of stuff. But the Discord, I figure, will be a nice way for our fellow photographers and videographers to hop in, share your work, share your, you know, your social media handles. Let's build out a community. But then it'll be a way in the future also for us to kind of, yeah, give feedback or critique on photos, share knowledge. And then as I eventually progress in both Twitch and Kick, and then also technically on YouTube, I am already monetized there. Yeah, as people subscribe to me, you know, pay good dollars to support me, then I'll be able to actually provide benefits back to you guys, where you guys can dial into the calls. I'll give you preferential treatment. But you guys are all grandfathered in, being the early adopters of my channel. But anyways, that is my link there, so do check it out if you join. And yeah, let's make it a poppin' community. So I am very new to Discord, but I am a quick learner in some ways. Well, I'm a practical learner, so since now that I'm streaming, this is the best way to learn. And I always have my trusty friend and amigo, ChatGPT, to help me out. All right, so like I said, I'm going to spend maybe until we get bored of this, perhaps, or until I don't have access to some of my own photos. we're going to look through. These are the ones that this morning when I woke up and I was like, okay, what does it mean to be a Twitch affiliate? Like I said, we're not actually affiliate yet, but hopefully once all the tax part goes through, then we should be able to proceed. And so I'm looking through some of my old photos, all of the photos from my past, to see what has potential to be a fun little emote. And so I'm hoping those of you who are much more experienced can tell me what we're looking for. But for now, I'm just bookmarking any photos that I've taken in the past that maybe can be expressive and can be easily cropped out. And yeah, so anyways, these are the ones that I highlighted this morning. And so it's going all the way back from it's all the way from back in 2017. Some of my trips, so that was in Canada. Well, the first one was Canada here. This is back in San Francisco. This was in Boston. This is just another version of the same photo. So now I'm just kind of going back and seeing if I can re-edit some of these photos. This was my old roommate, Willow, beautiful dog. It was not mine, but my roommate's. A little kitten from Jordan, and then another cat with the heterochromia eyes. So I figured this could be nice for an emote, just literally, I mean, for obvious reasons. It's got the coolest eyes. And then we had this bizarre looking sheep from Ireland. Actually, I don't even know if this is a sheep. It just looks so bizarre. I can only assume because of its coat. But I never knew the sheep could look so ugly and so alien like that. This was also from Ireland, and it was a bit more of like an emo horse. So yeah, maybe it fits one of those kind of moods. I don't think this one really expresses much in terms of emotion, so I'm not sure if this one will survive. But you know, it's one of my favorite photos. This is also from Ireland. So I'm basically going in order of some of my former trips to see which ones I can bring forward. This one's not of a wildlife. It was just a friend of mine when we were traveling, and I took this nice little photo. I mean, I just don't think it'll serve a purpose. It's just a cool pose, so I was like, oh, I mean, this could be a cool emote in some way if I start to figure out what emotes are for. So perhaps not. But in terms of the actual shaping of it, I was like, okay, this has a little bit of room to maybe turn into something. So we'll figure that part out. Then another shot. This is from Norway, just of a squirrel. This was from Nepal. So then now this is when we're getting to the good stuff, because I think monkeys, primates, they're probably the best bet when it comes to you know, being very expressive like humans while not being human. So this was just a cool shot that I had over here. Another shot of the baby, and now this is probably the most expressive out of the ones that we've seen so far. So for obvious reasons, this could be this is probably in the running. It's definitely currently top place. So big old hippo maybe can be used somehow. This one's just more of a loving shot, so I'm not sure. So anyways, these are the ones I was looking at so far, but we clearly have a lot more to go. So let's put a quick timer. Let's say maybe the next 30 minutes I can just spend it kind of focusing in on this, seeing if we can find some better shots. So I do know there's one, it's of this guy. Also had the mixed colored eyes, and that's what I was working on before we started the stream. So I was just looking through some of my older edits with the same shot and trying to figure out which edit works the most for what we want to do. Oh yeah, so this is the one I was working with. So one thing I did is I just removed the little tag there. I figured it might be a little bit too messy or distracting in an emote. But the cool thing is, again, for me, and I figured this could be a nice pairing because we do have the emote of the cat with the heterochromia eyes, and now we have one of the dog with a similar heterochromia look and feel. So then the other thing I was doing is, like, you know, I took this photo so long ago, so I've been trying to test out some of my new kind of editing presets, seeing if there's some other ideas that I can get that would make this feel a little bit cleaner, let's say. The main thing is I just want to make sure the eyes are popping, right? But we can look to see how else we can update or upgrade our shot. We can go with a little bit darker tones. I just don't know. And this is where I'm hoping at some point Maple or someone else will hop in and give me the sage advice that I need on what is best for potential emotes. I imagine This one might work because it's like neutral in terms of the lighting on its face and everywhere. So I think I'll go with maybe something like this for now. I'll reduce the exposure slightly. But yeah, we have a pop-in photo. So this definitely, I think, can be and should be one of my emotes. So I'm going to drag it over to our little collection here. And like I said, I think from what I read on Twitch, it said you start with like 5 emotes. So we're going to have to do a bit of culling or prioritization exercise shortly. Alright, so then these were some photos I took when I was in Istanbul. And basically I just spent the whole day wandering around the city because I didn't know at the time, but you know, Turkey is known to be like, or Istanbul is like the city of cats, essentially. Cats rule everything there. It's one of the reasons I love traveling there. I've been there, I think, 3 times at this point. So I'm just gonna see. This is a photo I took so long ago, and I have done a lot of custom edits to this photo, so I don't know if my presets will work as well, but it doesn't hurt to kind of try and see what we can come up with. But yeah, the thought process was, since I am a wildlife photographer and videographer, I figure if we have our own custom emotes, and this is, I assume the same thing applies for Kick, and I assume the same thing, I don't know as well for YouTube if they do the whole same like concept of emotes, but either way, wherever I can do custom emotes, I figure as a wildlife photographer, if I use a bunch of animal emotes, and especially if it's of my photos, then that would be perfect. And hear me out, my current thoughts, because I believe, I'm so new to streaming, I couldn't tell you otherwise. I don't know if Kick is the exact same way as Twitch, where there are like multiple tiers to subscriptions. But let's say if it works the same, where there's a tier 1, 2, and a tier 3. My thought was, tier 1 would be basically all, you know, my photo as is, once we chop it up and like replace the background or whatever. So it'd be like real photos that I've taken will be with like different expressions, right? Will be part of my emotes. Then tier 2, I was thinking then I can generate like a cartoonized version of my photos. And then that would be like the tier 2 version of that. And then the tier 3, I was like, oh, then again, relying on AI and stuff, I can then generate like GIFs and like animations of those animals. And that could be like a tier 3 emote system. So that was my current thoughts about how I could, you know, hopefully add more value and just cooler things as people, you know, up their tier subscription. But what do I know, right? We're just so early on in our journey. So, but anyways, anyone tuning in right now, hello. So I'm taking a break from our video editing. So this is what we're going to work on for the majority of the day, which is our final chapter of our first project as a streamer, which is Project Mongolia, where we're going to publish our video onto YouTube in the next few days once we finish this video. And I am very, very excited. We've made excellent progress. Yesterday was a good day. We cracked through the most epic chapter, in my opinion, or at least the chapter that has some of the most epic footages of the riders and the eagle riding it through the blizzard that, you know, basically struck us while we were outdoors. So we made good progress there. We fit it to the music and everything like that. Got really cool, badass slow motion moments built in. Let's see if we can play it. Yep, so that was fun to work with and make it pop. But as I was saying, before we fully dive into that, I am doing a little bit of a warm-up and doing something that I'm finding very exciting, because for 2 reasons. One, it's exciting because it's great to know that I've unlocked something. It's almost like playing a video game, but it is cool. It's exciting to know that, at least with Twitch, I'm now supposed to be an affiliate once I pass all my tax, whatever they're doing, all the tax checks and stuff. So as part of that, I figured we can start creating these emotes that can be used as part of that platform, and then hopefully Kick will be next, and I need to look into YouTube what they allow. But then also it's kind of fun because I get to go down a trip down memory lane of some of my photos that I used to take back in the day when I was only a photographer. and based on these photos I can kind of get a sense of like which one could work for potential emotes. So for me, I'm looking for any animals that are very expressive or have really cool features. So like in this case, this cat having the features with such crazy eyes. Now this was an older version of that photo that I took. And also it was like an older way that I say older, but it was like a former way that I used to edit, which I have, you know, no knock on it. It was a cool way to edit, but I'm just kind of playing around with it to see which version's better. We'll bring in both. One is just like a cleaner version of the other. But yeah, these are potential emotes. And so this is still, I'm going in order. So this is from 2019 on my trip to Turkey. Now this is a photo that I'm very, very proud of. It's just a simple photo, but I happened to be in the right place. I was doing a road trip through Dubai and a place called Liwa, which is, there's a desert in near Abu Dhabi. It's the desert where they filmed Star Wars, I believe. So I think when you have that whole what is it, the planet like Tatooine, that was technically filmed in this Liwa desert. So I'd gone there once a while back, and then on the return drive I saw these camels. So I decided to pop out of the car, say hi to them, and they couldn't have been more friendly as a bunch, because some camels have a reputation for being nasty. They'll like spit at you or bite you maybe, but these dudes were just like well fed, you know, well taken care of, well trained, and they all came right up to me and they posed for a nice little group selfie shot type thing. So this photo actually got me an award, or yeah, like I submitted it for some kind of a UAE 50th anniversary kind of like photo contest. So then it did get selected as part of one of the few that get, you know, it makes it into a book. So then it's in one of these books that you can buy in Dubai that shows like, you know, celebrating the UAE, you know, the 50th year anniversary. So that was kind of cool. I have the book somewhere over there where I was able to get my photo as the cover photo. So, but yeah, so this would be cool, I think, as a potential emote if I am able to maybe crop just, you know, like one of the camels. Maybe it could work as a group photo, but like I said, I'm kind of holding off until Maple or one of the more experienced people hops onto the chat and can kind of guide me in terms of what are the best practices, best recommendations. But for now, it's okay. All I need to do is drag them into a potential bucket, so we'll figure it out. This one could be nice because it's giving a little bit of a frowny face and clearly has a bit of a mood to him. Now, the one thing I need to make sure is how sharp is the image. Now, the cool thing is, I took this photo back in 2019. Since then, our technology's gotten so much better. So even in Lightroom, they have, I've never tried this before, but they have more buttons. The denoise factor that Lightroom has is really, really good. And almost as good as the Topaz Photo AI. But since it's built in, sometimes I use it more often. And then here they have these two new options called raw details and super resolution. I've never heard of it. I literally don't even know what it does. I can only imagine super resolution will at the very least refine my image. And we have seen that they did do that to this image. Maybe a little bit much, but it's not bad either. Let's try this. Let's try the typical denoise. Okay. Yeah, it's not as harsh, I guess. So, and you can see how I used to edit. I would just like edit based on whatever the crop was. Alright, we'll just crop like here. And we'll put this in the bucket because it looks a bit pissed off. So my only assumption is when it comes to these emotes, you have to select for anything that looks very expressive. I can only imagine. So, all right. So then, as we're looking through my photos, and basically, I'm just looking through all the photos that I had 5-starred in the past. So I don't know if I want to spend the time to go through all my photos. I do currently have over 500,000 photos inside of this Lightroom catalog. But at least when I'm looking through the 5-star ones, there's only 6,000 photos to look through. So it's all about relativity. All right, so let's see here. This was my trip to India, and I guess this might have been this was my second trip ever, specifically for like wildlife. But this is also when I didn't have the gear that I have now. So I was shooting on this trip with the 70 to 200 lens, and I think I was trying like a 1.4x teleconverter, but it's just that's like not a good lens. It's not ideal for wildlife. But I think I still managed to take some good shots. But you know, definitely if you're wielding one of those like 400 millimeter lenses, now we're talking. That's when you get like the crazier shots. So this was a good shot. I was happy with the quality here. I shot this with again, I think it was the 70 to 200 lens, but I had a teleconverter built in, or I put one on. It was at f5.6 and 1/500th of a second and ISO 1250. So same thing. It's been a long time since I've edited this photo, so I want to see what I can do now with new tools, and also maybe with new editing styles. But I think for this one, all we want to do is check out if the super resolution will help to improve the quality of this photo. Very subtle. I don't think you guys can see it on your end, but I did see a slight uptick, just the slightest of upticks. So it's not bad. And I'm okay with this kind of editing style. It's a dramatic one. You can see I've like done all kinds of edits like with different styles in the past. But we're going for this one for now. So let's drag this guy into my emotes collection. Ooh, this one's a nice... This one could work as well. So let's drag both in. I'm going to do the same thing. I'm going to turn on the super resolution. What's up, Raiden? What up, what up? Yes, Tiger Time. How are you doing, Raiden? Thanks for tuning in on Twitch. Yes, sir. Raiden, I don't know if you were there when I said, but I am officially... I keep saying that, but it's not technically true. I've qualified for the Twitch affiliate. So what you're seeing me do right now is I'm just going through a lot of my old photos, and I'm trying to see if some of these could potentially be good custom emotes that I could put into Twitch. So I'm just kind of going through all of my old photos to get a sense of anything that might pop as being a good emote-worthy shot. So right now you're seeing I'm on India trip from way back when. This is from 2019. My first time in India. It was to Ranthambore National Park. Raiden, you said that's fire, so now I'm gonna get ads, lol, but at least you get paid for it. Yes, sir, yes. Well, I don't know if you'll get ads now or not, because, like, again, I don't think I'm actually a Twitch affiliate, or maybe I am, but in order to actually receive money, you know, they're collecting my taxes and stuff. But I remember a lot of the buttons I couldn't actually click on it, in terms of, like, seeing the tiers and the subscriptions and stuff like that. Even the emotes, I think, was kind of blocked. But I did see something about ads, so it might be, yeah. So if you do see ads, I do apologize, but not really. So it's like one of those, like, I apologize, but not really. But I appreciate you. I appreciate you if you do get those ads. I don't know what that means, or honestly, I just really don't know. I'll do my best to be as entertaining as possible if you get those ads, so that I can make up for it. Raiden, you said you're not yet. You gotta apply for it, I'm pretty sure. Yeah. There's a few buttons. I had to provide some tax information, and then they're like, usually it can take up to 3 days. And I was like, okay, fine. In the meantime, then I figured I might as well set this up and just be at least one step ahead in some areas. Okay, so what you're seeing here is just some of the shots. I took well, it's all from the same photo of this tiger, but it was such a cool shot that I wanted to test. Back when I was making some of my presets, I used this photo to test if my presets worked. So that's why you see so many different versions. I was seeing, like, okay, with my presets as is, can I actually have excellent different variations of the same shot? And thankfully I did get some good ones, so that was part of my kind of validation process when I was creating my first batch of presets. I gotta blow my nose. Raiden, you said ads will play on your stream and it cuts you off for like 30 to 60 seconds. Oh, okay, maybe that's similar to YouTube, I guess. depending on how many seconds you put, and you make money off them, and people can turn them off by subscribing to your channel for $5. Oh, I see. So I don't know why I'm acting so surprised. Like, obviously that's how it would work. And I have been on YouTube for the past year or so, and I've been monetized. So yeah, it follows the same strategy, right? It's like, hey, look, if you don't pay, you gotta watch the ad. But then if you do pay, then boom, not only are you a member, but yeah, you don't have to worry about that. Yeah, makes sense. Well, Raiden, I do hope at some point, once we do become a affiliate or whatever, I do hope you will be subscribed to me. I do know that there's that whole concept of the Twitch Prime, which supposedly allows, what is it, if you have like an Amazon account or something, then you're allowed, is it like one free subscription to anyone? I'm not sure. My knowledge from like Twitch is from like 5 years ago or something. Okay, so anyways, while we're figuring this out, I think that probably is the best photo to use. Oh yeah, maybe I can use one of the, I think I have a better yawning photo. I was thinking about this, like, as a wildlife photographer, I have a number of shots of, especially cats. I have a bunch of wildlife where they're yawning. I was like, oh yeah, they always look epic. But then it's like, do I really want to be advertising an emote on my own channel of something yawning? And would I really want people to be using that to show how bored they are of my stream? So I was like, interesting. But maybe I can say it's a roar instead. But we all know what this looks like. It looks like someone's bored out of their mind. But yeah, I think I do have a better yawning shot for what it's worth. But we'll bring in one of these just in case. So let me just drag this guy in. And I swear I need to blow my nose. I am recovering. Like, thankfully I actually didn't get super sick. I just had like mild symptoms after I met up with a friend. And like immediately the next day I was feeling it. But it hasn't been anything worse than just runny nose and congestion. So. Alright, so anyways, these are all from India still. And it is kind of cool to look back at this because I was like, my god, I wish I had a better camera lens. I mean, everyone always does. But yeah, I was shooting again with a teleconverter. And it was like, I'm looking at these shots and everything was like, the moment I zoom in even a little bit, it was like, oh, everything's so soft. It's like, oh, if only I knew more. If I knew now, yeah, if I knew what I know now, there's so many different things I probably would have done. But this is, you get the privilege, not the privilege. You get to see my journey. So you'll see like how did I take wildlife photography shots back when I didn't actually even know what I was doing. Not to say I know what I'm doing now, but I do know more. So. But yeah, when I was traveling, I just loved taking photos of anything, right? So it wasn't necessarily always about wildlife. It could be moments like this where, you know, just as, you know, the locals are passing by, how do I capture that in a nice way if possible? Let me blow my nose. I apologize, guys. 1 second. Oh, much better. Okay. I think I have better monkey shots. We haven't even gotten to all the shots from the past 2 years or so. Then we will have some more epic shots. But I do happen to have a few that were from my early days of traveling for wildlife, where we had some very expressive animals. So this is a good example of one. This was a monkey at the monkey temple in India. And yeah, this dude just was swimming in the water, swimming towards me, so I was able to capture a nice little shot of him as he was coming closer. So let's go ahead and apply this super resolution, see if it cleans up the shot a bit. Alright. And we're just going to drag it on over. I know there's another, yeah, and this was one of the coolest shots I've taken. I feel like this one has to make it, at some point it has to be on my emote list, because like, I mean, look how crazy this dude looks. I mean, this is the craziest version I did, where I made the eyes pop even more. Raiden, you ask, have you ever got attacked by anyone on a trip? By like an animal, you're saying, or like a human? I've been attacked by humans before, but not from third world countries. From San Francisco when I was living there. There's a ton of like crazy homeless people there. Unfortunately, you know, for them and for everyone, I guess. But if you're saying animal, yeah, an animal. Yes, but it, like never. Oh wait, no, yeah. My first time actually. Story time. I do have a kind of a crazy story with that one. But let me just bring this guy. Let's bring. I'm not sure which version. Which one would work better for an emote? I imagine it has to be one that's pretty clear and easy to see. So it could be this one. It could be maybe like this version. Or this one maybe. I like this editing more, but I just don't know how it looks on an emote. So we'll drag one more over. We'll drag two more over and we'll work from that. Okay, so story time, Raiden. Because I actually have a photo of the animal that attacked me. I actually have the video as well. You can find it on my Instagram. It's like buried at the very, very beginning of my Instagram page. So you have to do a bit of swiping to get there. But maybe at some point I'll play the video. This guy right here. So this elk was the first time I ever got attacked by an animal. And it happened to also be on the first trip I ever went on with a camera. So this was in Jasper National Park, past the Banff National Park in Canada. And so this was the first trip where I took the camera with me. It was the Sony a6000. Amazing trip. It's a trip that actually convinced me to keep doing photography. And the reason I went here was when I was in Costa Rica, when I saw that crazy beach moment, like when the just like amazing, beautiful sunset. And that's when I was like, oh, you know what? I want to get into photography. I'd met a bunch of Canadians when I was in Costa Rica. I was staying at hostels. That's back when I was doing more of like backpacking style of traveling. And when I was asking all the Canadians, like, hey, where should I travel in Canada if I ever visit? Every single one of them was like, you have to go to Banff National Park. Banff National Park. So then, yeah, once I got the camera, I was like, where should I go? I should go to Banff National Park. So anyways, I made it to Jasper. There was like a couple of the people that I picked up on the trip. And so I was the designated driver and I had like an upgraded vehicle. So I was like, hey, you guys can just join me. I drove them all the way to Jasper. If you look at these two bushes right here, I'm pretty sure these are the, yeah, this is where the attack happened, was right here. So basically, we saw this elk. And the elk was on the other side of these bushes. It was just kind of like walking down here. And you can see the lodges here. We were basically like at the outskirts of the town. And you can see a bunch of the cabins there. And so we parked the car. And then we all tried to get a little bit closer for just to see it. I, being reckless, got all the way. So the elk was on the other side of this bush. I was right here basically. And then I was walking down the slope here. And then as the elk was walking, I was basically walking at the same pace as the elk. So my hope was that when the elk walks into this opening on the other side, I would have a nice open view where I can take a photo or just see the elk. And I remember I had the camera in one hand and I had my iPhone. Wait, did I even have the camera? I might have just had the iPhone. I'm trying to remember. But I had my iPhone out. And this is back when I was using Snapchat. And I held the Snapchat record button, and then as the elk was passing, I'm recording. Elk looks at me for a second, turns away, and then there's like a fake, and then it jumps through the bushes here in the opening, charges like straight at me, like jumping through, diving right at me, and I basically had just enough time to say my last words, and it's very embarrassing, but like my last words were "uh-oh," so like. And it's on recording because I didn't let go of the record button. So you can actually watch the video where basically I'm like, uh-oh. I turn around, I start to run, and I immediately trip. So it's literally like like when you have nightmares, you know, and you're trying to run and you don't know how to run. You're like stuck in quicksand or you trip and fall right away. That literally happened to me. So as it charged at me, I say, uh-oh. I turn around to start sprinting and I trip immediately. I do a barrel roll, And as I'm falling and hitting the ground, I basically was like, you know what? That's it. I'm done. Like, literally, I'm gonna die because an elk's antler is gonna ram me, impale me from ass to face, and that's like the way I'm gonna go. And then I do remember, because like you do have that moment where time, you know, people say like, well, it's like everything felt like slow motion. It's not like my life flashed before my eyes, but my life did slow down enough, and my thought process slowed down enough where I remember having like, it was like 3 distinct thoughts. One was the thing I said, like, wow, I'm about to die with an antler rammed up my ass. 2, I can't believe the last thing I'm saying is uh-oh as my last words. And then 3, I remember the last thing I would be hearing before I died was, is it Siri? Yeah, it's like Siri's voice or whatever was on Google Maps, because I was the driver. Google Maps at that moment decided to give me my next like navigation instructions, and so I remember saying something like, continue on this road to get to blah blah blah. And so that was like what I thought in my head before I was like, okay, this is it. But thankfully, you know, I kept rolling, I turned around, and the elk was basically like how you see it now. It just kind of like was staring at me, saw how pathetic I looked, and just kind of ignored me and forgot about me. So I do have a video of that moment. Maybe at some point I'll play it for you guys. But there you go. So that was one time I got attacked. There's been a few other times, but never like to a point where it was ever scary. Usually I was in a vehicle, so then the car starts, you know, we start driving away from the animal when we feel it. Oh, one time I did get attacked in Zimbabwe when I was with a honeymoon couple, because we were doing like a walking safari. So we were with a guide. He's like he used to be a hunter. He's trained, he's got the license to carry his rifle. And so we went to see what we see, and we did see a bull elephant, and then the elephant charged at us, and so we had to, you know, quickly get behind the guide. But the elephant, you know, turned, you know, it kind of like charged, and then it was a bluff, and then went away. But it was dangerous enough that you could hear in our guide's voice that this was serious. He was like, yeah. So sometimes you do have those moments, but it's not as like, you know, it's not like that dangerous. I mean, it's as dangerous as you make it. So clearly I was an idiot here. Like, I have no one to blame but myself for thinking that's what you could do with wildlife. So yeah. Story time ends. All right, so where were we? We were on India. Oh wait, I'm too far ahead now, I think. Oh no, I think this is right. I think I skipped a photo. Oh yeah, I forgot to add one of these photos. So this is one of my favorite shots, but I don't know how it would work as an emote because it's like half obscured in the grass. So it's not like, it's like a hidden shot, but yeah, I guess this one I don't know how I can make it work. Raiden, you said you just saw the video? Nice, nice. Yeah, that means you did the full stock of my Instagram page, because that's like buried all the way towards the end, back when I didn't like use Instagram for photography, let's say. But yeah, if you watch that video, yeah, so since you watched the video, basically I so after the moment ended, I realized that I did record everything. So that was also a nice little validation for me that I should be a photographer and a videographer, because I was like, look, even as I was dying, adrenaline rush, everything, right? I never let go of the record button. So I knew what to do. You know what I mean? I knew even if I die, the thing that's more important is that I have my final moments recorded on camera. So then later on, as I was reviewing that video in slow motion, that's when I saw these freeze frames of that elk, and it looked like a demon. I don't think I posted it on my Instagram, but I have some of those freeze frames, and like, just because of the way it was shot, the antler looks like 10 times longer. I have a shot where it's like got its head down, like as if it's about to attack me, and yeah, it just looks so demonic and dangerous. So yeah. You know, one thing I discovered from that moment though was it did spike my adrenaline to such a crazy level that I was so wired for the rest of the day. Like I remember thinking, because when we finally reached Jasper, it's like a several hour drive from Banff National Park to get to Jasper. And I remember like I was yawning, I was feeling exhausted as we were getting towards Jasper. I was like, man, I don't know how I'm going to survive the drive back. But after that happened, I didn't even have any coffee. I was wired for the entire rest of the day. Like just like fully awake, like heart's pumping, like I was on like cocaine or something. And I did have that realization where I was like, wow, you can definitely trick your body into having those kind of like wake up moments. So if there was a way that I could literally trick myself into being attacked, like pretending like I'm being attacked by an animal like that, who needs coffee, you know? But yeah, those are good times. This one could be a good emote. But it's such a cropped photo. It's literally 300 pixels by 300 pixels. Oh, I think that could work then, actually. Because I think I read that the emotes have to be like 72 pixels or something. So yeah, maybe we can do that one. Let's see. Is this the original? Yeah. Let's see how I would edit this photo now. I wish I could say, Raiden, that I have crazy stories like that for all of my trips. I do have some crazy stories, I guess, but it's not like my life. I would also say on the flip side, it's not like I've had the craziest stories. The world is not that dangerous. The world is somewhat more predictable, at least when it comes to traveling. Yeah, I think people play it up in their head and scares people from traveling sometimes. I don't mind this original, the way I edited this one. Let's just keep it as is. Da, 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 da. So that's from what, 2018. So that was a trip to Sri Lanka from 2018. So I kind of doing a rewind because I missed a few shots. This is the trip to Jordan, so that cat. The mixed colored eyes cat was also from Jordan. We got some, the sheep shot. I don't think I can make the horse one work, but maybe we'll get back to that one. Emo horse. Some more sheep and deer. It's from Norway. Alright, so this was, where was this? Nepal, yeah. Oh yeah, so we got some of the monkey shots that could work. We got the hippo shot. And then we ended with, then we were on India. Alright, so this is where we were. So one of these shots for sure I think should make it. It's just so dramatic, you know? Like, talk about, like, in terms of posing, this guy just really nailed his pose. Looking right into the camera. Yeah. I don't know what kind of emote that it would... I don't know what emotion this is evoking, but it's just badass. Okay, so this is where maybe these photos might be on a separate hard drive. But that's fine. We can save that for later. I could be wrong, but... We got more cat photos. This is from my second time in Turkey, I believe. Yeah, so this is on a second hard drive, so I can't really show you guys too much. Oh yeah, this one for sure has to be an emote. So I met a one-eyed Turkish cat. That's actually the name of the preset. So I think this is the preset. Um, I met a one-eyed Turkish cat in Cappadocia. So Cappadocia is the famous city town in Turkey where you go hot air ballooning. And so I was meeting some friends there. I had some time by myself in the beginning of the trip, so I was exploring. I went up to like a rooftop where I saw this cat, and he just looks so badass. You know, I mean, obviously RIP to his eye, but as far as photos goes. And then I got lucky with the shot, but like he was like striking a pose. He had a nice little kind of a, like a, what would you call this? But putting all his weight on one side, a little bit, half off center, bit of wind. And this is where I visited a town in Turkey called Van, V-A-N, just so I could go to this one, like they have this one center where they have a bunch of these Van cats. And these are I think one of the only breeds in the world where the cats actually love water. So they're like avid swimmers. A lot of them have the heterochromia eyes. So like this little kitty. And for the longest time, I really wanted to adopt one of these guys. I actually even fostered one the first time I ever fostered a cat. I have a wild story with that, but we'll get to it at some other point. But then the problem with these cats is that usually they have a lot more health problems, apparently, than other cats. So then that kind of threw me off, because I wanted a sturdy cat that I don't have to worry about when it comes to taking care of them, especially since I travel so much. Alright, so then where are we? So this was a trip to South. Yeah, this is Cape Town. So Cape Town, did I take much animal shots? I don't think I did. That was more like a road trip style. I did have a shot of these guys, baby baboons wrestling. But yeah, I'm assuming that's not as good for emotes. Alright, so then this was a trip to Sri Lanka. I mean, this could be cool, but I guess you can't really see the face, or you can't make out what expression. But it is such a cool photo. It was a turtle. Turtles are the one that go in water, right? Tortoise is on land. Turtles are on water. So there's this massive turtle in Zanzibar, I believe. This one probably works. I mean, dead on, just looking straight at the camera. So let me just drag this guy in. Alright, gorilla time. So this is the first time I ever went on a gorilla trek. Same thing, this is before I had like the wildlife camera gear that I would normally use. But I think I was wielding a 7200 for this one. I think this photo could work. Also, my editing style was so different back then. Yeah, so my first time doing gorilla trek was in Rwanda, and then Uganda I went several years later in 2022, 23, after COVID. All right, we got this animal is the golden monkey, but sometimes it looks like it looks more like a Pokemon than it does an animal. Oh, that's kind of cool. So we already have 36 photos as potentials. So, and we're not even at the point yet where so all of these photos, by the way, is essentially before I became a wildlife photographer. Um, so really, I would hope that means that my best wildlife shots are not here yet. You would hope. So this was my first trip as, not as a wildlife photographer, because but this was the first trip I went where I actually had wildlife camera gear, and it was a dedicated trip for wildlife. And yeah, so then this is when I started thinking like a wildlife photographer. Was in Kenya. So now we can start looking at, are there some nice emote worthy shots? This one also, did it win me? I'm not sure if it won me an award. I guess it did, but like not like some crazy well-known thing or whatever. But I was able to print this guy out, and it was in like a gallery, which was cool, kind of cool. Okay, I do know I have a leopard shot coming up. That's, at the very least, is badass. This one. And let's see the best version of how I edited it. Alright, so I don't have access to these photos yet. It's on a different hard drive. Well, let me drag those guys over as potentials. Alright, then we got these cheetahs. Unfortunately, these cheetah cubs, apparently just like a few weeks after I photographed them, they were killed by a lion. And after they were killed, supposedly the mom ate the lion, ate the babies. But these are one of those kind of like circle of life. This is what nature's like, kind of a thing. So it's kind of sad though. They're so cute. They went right up to the Jeep. I got some cool shots of them close up. And then yeah, kind of sad to think that a few weeks later they're all dead. But yeah, you just have to get used to that, especially like if you start doing wildlife photography. It is, I mean, there's a reason it's got wild in the name, right? You get shots like this, and yeah, you just hope it's not you one day. Alright, I don't think... Yeah, I'm not sure. Everything I'm doing is like I'm just kind of guessing, right? I don't actually know what is considered good for an emote or not. My assumption is it has something to do with like, probably not square images, but maybe just like things that's cut out from a square. So like something with a transparent background. So like even this kind of eye shot, I don't know if it's actually considered good because it'll just be the full shot. I can't really mask away anything from it. Ooh, but we do have some laughing shots now, so these could work. So imagine like a shot like this one, like a side profile one. We'll drag these in. I think the good news is I do have like, what is it, like 1 or 2 days or whenever they approve the affiliate status. So we'll have some time before I'm officially an affiliate. Now here's where we get the handsome lad. So we definitely will throw this guy in. This is definitely one of the coolest shots I have of the lion. Just the way that it was posing. And it was like very, very windy. So then the way the wind was catching on the mane, and yeah, it's just really cool. Lions are awesome. But we also are looking for the more ridiculous looking shots. So like this one could work as an emote. Now the secretary bird, this one I actually have a tattoo of it, I think on this side. Let me see if I can show you. So I believe right there, oh, yeah, I have this secretary bird as a tattoo. So basically, as I started getting into tattoos, it was after I started doing wildlife. It was post-COVID during lockdowns. But then basically, as I was finding different artists to work on my body, my left arm, I decided I was going to leave it to be like photography themed. And as I found different artists, I would let them choose any of my photos that they liked, and then we would work based on that photo. We'd find a creative way to make a tattoo about it. And so one of my artists loved this secretary bird. So then it was an artist from Korea. I went to Korea for a friend's wedding. So while I was there, I ended up getting like 4 different tattoos from 4 different artists. And so one of those artists loved this secretary bird. And she was like, oh, I know how to like cartoonize it. And like, you know, I want to draw it like in the full body, but using that pose. So then, yeah, she ended up creating that as a tattoo for me. So definitely a meaningful bird now that it's inked onto my arm. It also has a unique face, so it could work as a potential emote. What else? Oh yeah. Well, yeah, now we're going into the bloody cheetah mode. And I guess we would probably want like a head-on shot. Maybe one of these 2 shots. Let me drag it over here. Yeah, that should be good. We have a leopard shot already that I think is probably better. I'll drag this one in. I don't think I really edited this one before. We got the lion's roar, aka yawning. I love the side profile shot. I was really happy with the shot. But yeah, like I guess if we're thinking from like an emote standpoint, it probably is not as good. Alright, elephant might be a tough one. Maybe we might have like a giraffe's head. Possibly. We do have a nice lion pose here. And then we got the badass female lion yawning. Yeah, this one might be tough. Elephants, I think, are going to be tough, just because how large they are, and it's like you can't really make out their face because of it. This is one of my favorite shots that I ever took, but it's a little bit messy probably. This one's maybe a bit too gory. All right, so this was my trip to Madagascar. It's kind of crazy. I'm looking at some of these photos, and like so many of these photos I've never shared on my like publicly. They just live in my hard drives. This could be a good one. Let's drag the big one in there. And these are just cat shots. I mean, cat emotes, I'm always down for that. Let's see what we got. This one's kind of funny. I did this whole like photo shoot for a cat cafe, a couple of them. So these are some of the photos I took of the cats. Oh, here we go. We got a decent tiger roaring / yawning. Maybe a baby elephant. I didn't think about that. But this one's not really doing anything emotive, so this one maybe. Yeah, I'll need someone like Maple if you're out there at some point. If you hear this, this is my SOS to you as I figure out what actually makes for good emotes. Alright, so these are some fox shots. Let's get some of the more emotive ones. Here we go. This is from my trip in Italy. Got so many options here. Okay, I'm also looking at the time, so we're at 5:30 p.m. my time. So I'm going to find a clean point to stop, and we'll pick this up later. But I think here maybe one of the wolf shots, and one of these owl shots should be good. All right, I think we can stop here, because then when we work on the next batch, we're gonna have a lot more juicier stuff, because now we're hitting up more chimpanzees and gorillas. It'll be with my better camera gear, so hopefully we'll get some really cool shots out of it, like this one for sure. Yeah, this will be nice. We'll have a bunch coming up, so I think we'll stop here in terms of this exercise. We'll pick it up later. Oh yeah, even this like dumbfounded look. So yeah. Oh, sorry guys, I was not I switched cameras so you guys couldn't see this. I was looking at like shots like this, the eagle shots. Sorry, not the eagles, the owls. Probably one of these wolf shots could be nice. Some of the leopards, the foxes, and the ibex. So yeah, we'll pause here. Let's get back into the real meaty part of what we need to get done, which is the video. Mongolia, Project Mongolia. All right, I'm really happy. I'm getting like fired up again, because yesterday was a good day. We solved a lot of the issues in terms of like, not issues, but I was hitting dead ends. I was banging my head against the wall in terms of trying to figure out how do we make this work. We justified the soundtrack that we should use. We also figured out a way to mash in all of the clips that tell a journey while still maintaining a level of energy to it, and then also ending with the most dramatic part of the scene. So before we start, as always, let's go ahead and start from the very beginning. We're gonna hype ourselves up with our trailer, and then we'll probably skip ahead throughout here, but I'm going to do a quick review of what we've done. We'll pause for some of the more dramatic moments to let it soak in, see if the feeling is still there. But yeah, so let me go ahead and pause this music. We'll go full screen for the trailer, and let me just double check the audio levels. Cool. All right, let's see the progress we made on episode 1 of our Mongolia travel vlog series. Title is still unknown, but we'll get to that later. Alright, so this is where chapter 1 kicks in, and then I have my little script that we need to work on as well. We give our little greetings, talk about on this trip we're heading out to Mongolia to explore the life of an eagle hunter thanks to Beck Travel. So yesterday we also did spend the time to fine-tune all of the clips in terms of zooming in, zooming out, making it smoother. So one of the last steps we'll do is the color correction or the color grading on this. So we'll do that at the end. So here, this whole part will have voiceover as I explain all the camera gear that I'm using. This part will probably be quiet in terms of voiceover. And then I have some words here, which I wrote down. What was it? We stopped to say hello to
the like 6-7 years ago. So after that, they released the eagle to the round for breeding.
We finally arrived at our destination and met Ardak, the host of the trip. Ardak is a Mongolian eagle hunter coming from a long line of traditional hunters. He and his wife live a nomadic lifestyle, as do many others in this part of the region, meaning they migrate between homes as the weather changes, pursuing greener pastures for them and their livestock. For the next 7 days, my game plan was to go on adventures with Ardak to explore the lifestyle of an eagle hunter, including eating delicious eagle hunter food, which tends to be my favorite, a lot of meat and carbs.
5-finger Kazakh meal, you know.
When you say 5, as in you use our hands, or
5-finger means like you know,
fingers.
it's 5 fingers. You know.
If you really hungry, you can attack your 10 finger.
yeah. It's is it what kind of meat is this?
It's beef.
This part will have no voiceover. We'll just let the music do its thing.
it's Ardak,
Yeah, Ardak and
Ayalam.
Ayaw.
Ayalam is the eagle.
Yes.
What about the horse?
No, no, I think it's not to me.
Oh, no.
It's just a crazy horse.
Crazy horse?
Yeah. But we don't name horses.
Alright, so
Yeah.
Crazy Horse,
Yeah.
Ayalam, and Ardak the eagle hunter.
Quick voiceover here where I just explain we're about to start our first adventure. Going out into the wild, basically. Alright, so then chapter 6, we toned it down a bit. And so we kind of go with a bit more light-hearted tone with the music. Whimsical is the word we used. We go ice fishing, so it's a bit of a calmer activity as well. So that's what I'm thinking in terms of story of the video. Hopefully we'll have these kind of moments where it's like high adrenaline, and then we drop the mood a bit, so it's not like a high octane the whole time. So this becomes a bit of a detox for the audience, while still hopefully being entertaining as we show things. And then we'll introduce the drama in a bit when the snowstorm kicks in. And then that section I'm gonna have to skip a bit because the file size is too large and it's a bit glitchy to see on the playback here. Maybe if I do like a quarter resolution. Alright, so then we jump back to a little bit of like things went back to normal. You see a bit of the aftermath. Van getting stuck in the snow. Let's go back to full. And then here's the chapter that we finished yesterday. It's like a baby.
Russian band, Eagle Hunters down there, and our photographer, Yabel. Hi, how are you?
Cold.
Cold, yeah.
Some voiceover which we haven't gotten to yet, but inserting a few words, setting the scene, talking about the blizzard that's about to hit us, and to enjoy. Okay, one thing, I don't know, it might just be the rendering, but it felt like some things were a little bit off time. But like I said, it could just be the rendering speed. Okay, it's much better. All right, and that's it. Well, in terms of our progress. So then today what we're going to focus on is chapter 8. Now, we haven't really come up with the actual chapter titles yet. They're all placeholders for now. That'll be the next step. So we might get through it today as well in terms of steps where you'll see how I kind of create the script. It's a lot of ChatGPT, let's just say that. But I'll throw everything I've got written down. So for instance here, as we kind of flesh this out a bit more, I'll put a few notes for ChatGPT, but then also we can feed it all of this, and then we'll see hopefully if it can help me in terms of refining what the dialogue would be. Alright, so then what do we have for chapter 8? So we spent a little bit of time yesterday at the end just to kind of get the lay of the land, if you will, to see what do we have to work with. So I figure after such a dramatic scene, we do a little bit of detoxing, show some of the nature, you know, with the sunset. And then the key thing I still want to include in the voiceover is basically like, you know, one, just reflecting on how crazy that snowstorm was. It was definitely unexpected. And then talking about how it wasn't just a one-time thing. It felt like ever since the ice fishing and then on the outing, it seemed like we were going to get hit by an even bigger storm. So then that's what this chapter is about. So let me write some of that down basically. So conveying / reflecting on the crazy, unexpected weather conditions, starting from the wild and random wind, snow storm / blizzard during ice fishing, followed by the massive snowstorm on our last outing. And then that wasn't actually the end of it, and more was the heaviest of the moments was about to hit us. So so everyone began hunkering, is that a word? Hunkering down, preparing the animals and their homes for what was coming. So something to that effect. Obviously we'll use better words and everything, but this is essentially what I want to convey. Is like, boom, we had these unexpected moments because of the weather, and it seemed like, I mean, yeah, reflecting in a crazy but positive way, like, wow, that was kind of wild. You know, we got that weird snowstorm that hit us while we were ice fishing, and then from there we got hit with a massive snowstorm on the last adventure we were on in the mountains, and how there's more to come, including in this, you know, current chapter. So then explaining how, you know what, the Arduk and his wife, they all started to hunker down, prepare for what was about to hit them, and then boom, show them what happens. So as part of this, we'll have this first. Hey Nala. Let's see if you're much better smelling this time. Okay, I think you're better. Alright, this is a good time to introduce the real streamer, the real star of our streams. So this is Nala. Nala's a good girl. She's my first girl. And then behind me, chilling over there, he's been sleeping this whole time, is Kimbap. Kimbap is... sorry, I just woke him up. He's giving me that face, like, what the heck, man? So this is Kimbap over here, just chilling. But yeah, so I have a little cat camera I mentioned before, but I need to figure out a good way to place it. So I don't know if it's like a downward angle, or if I should probably have it at a low angle and just get a nice little eye level view. But at some point I'll figure out how to situate this camera here. Let me set it down for now. Let's see if I can tilt it down. There we go. Yeah, we'll do something like that. So we got a little cat camera to highlight them whenever they show up. And then Nala likes to sit on my lap or come over here and bother me, so then she gets the full cam view. So anyways, yeah. We got 2 cats to keep me entertained, and hopefully you guys as well. Alright, let's just jump into this again, though. Alright, so what was I saying? And Nala, you're going to fall off. Let me figure out how to... If you fall, that's on you, okay? So story-wise. Story-wise, we've got, like we said, a little bit of a detoxer, calming things down, reflecting. So I'll use this portion, however long it is, to do some voiceover. Then you'll see me leave. Okay, so let's figure out a good point here. I just want to show when I exit the house. I don't want to use too much because, again, the other thing is I want to keep this short and sweet because we're already at 13 minutes and 32 seconds. And then there's a few other spots I need to edit in before this. So realistically, I think we're probably hovering around 13 minutes and 45 seconds. The ideal would be if we hit 15 minutes, but that's not going to happen. So realistically, this entire video will be like maybe 18 minutes, 17 to 18 minutes, but we'll see. So we just want enough of this for me to finish my voiceover, but not so much that the video is too long. So what I'm doing is I'm just trying to find like slightly the moment before I leave the house so I can show a little bit of the contrast as we're going from inside to outside. So probably we can cut it even more short. So let's say like, can we shoot it from there? Okay, maybe we'll start from there. And then we don't need to use all of this either. So I just really want the motion. I just want the bit where I'm exiting. Something like that. Then we'll do a jump cut to somewhere later. Maybe somewhere like this. Because I think we've shown the same GUR, the name of this tent structure. But now we're showing, like, obviously the weather's changed. You can see a bit of that wind back there. And let's see if we can cut again. There we go. So then I want to show the snow. So this part. Okay. We don't need more than that, so something like this. Oh yeah, how much time is that? Well, this doesn't count. We're going to cut that significantly. After that, we then... Oh, we have more shots. Okay, let me review. I mean, it's like more of the same, so we probably don't need this one. Maybe this part here, because now there's some action behind me, and it's basically them kind of preparing all the animal. And you can see they even made little blankets for, it's like people clothes. And then I don't think anything I say probably won't make it. It's just I'll add some voiceover and that's it. Probably this is good enough. Okay, let's drag that over. So then these two I'm going to throw into the throwaway pile for now. Or chances are we won't use it. And then we have all of these moments. So I think yesterday we spent some time just kind of organizing these. So generally speaking, we have them roughly okay. The only thing I'm going to do is let's just twist. We're going to rotate some of the shots that are sideways. So this one, for instance, we'll make it 90 degrees. Zoom in. Okay. Then we got another one here. Rotate 90 degrees. All right. Here's another one. I don't know if you guys can hear my cat. But she's currently purring, being a good girl. But yeah, yesterday I think she smelled like shit. I think she like did her business and then jumped on my lap right after. Cause like my sense of smell is not the best at the best of times, and then right now my nose is like super congested. And even then I was like, yo, something's off. And it was the moment she sat on my lap, and I was like, what is this? What am I smelling right now? Right, it's all good now. It's all good. All right, and then I think there might be one more. Oh no, looks like we fixed everything. Okay, so then we got those shots, and then we'll end with the dead horse, which sounds weird to say, but you know, you can't always have a happy ending. But it will have a nice ending transition, because then if we end with this shot, we end basically we end in a very interesting way as we watch this frozen block of horse being dragged off. Oh yeah, that's one thing I wanted to double check. I'm pretty sure I don't know if this is the same horse that I saw on my travels or if people I've seen in the videos. I mean, a dead horse is always sad, I guess, but it would just be even sadder if it turns out that was like the horse that, you know, we went on adventures with. So it's a white horse, brown hooves. Looks like it's got whitish hair or mane. Is there any more details I can make out before we watch the video? So brown hooves, brown lower legs, like a lighter tannish coloring. Yeah, so then let's see. So it's got like yeah, same color hair as its body, I guess, and freckles all over the face and the top of the, okay, around the top and the back. All right, now I want to go through some of our adventures to date and see if I see that horse anywhere. All right, so it's definitely not one of these two, which I feel happy about because I was like doing some nice close-up photo shoots of them at different points. So the good news is not this horse, and clearly it's not that one. And this one has more of a grayish legs anyways. What about before? Let's see. Yeah, so this one's the same horse. Not this horse. Is this the same gray horse? Okay, yeah, same gray horse. Okay, good. All right, so the whole, well, no, there might be more actually because we had eagles here. Let's see, is that the same one maybe? Black horse, white horse, brown, dark brownish horse. So far we're okay, and obviously the horse I rode was the orangish one. The brownish orange. Okay, what a relief. It is not one of the characters of this episode thus far. So basically a side character, what do you call it? One of the extras died, essentially, on set, or as part of the movie. But it was not one of the characters we were introduced to. So while it's sad regardless, we can sleep a bit easier knowing we didn't just spend like X amount of time showing off this horse and then ending it with that horse being dead. Alright. I have to keep an eye out here because both my cats are in the same bed, and that usually is a recipe for disaster. So the good news is right now she is just kind of grooming the little one. But at some point she turns from cleaning him to biting him. So I'm just keeping an eye out right now. Let's see. Good girl. I guess I'm supposed to give positive affirmation when the cats are doing good things. So, good girl, Nala. Alright, so anyways, now that we have essentially the chapter ordering, what I can do next is I need to figure out what soundtrack to use. So for this one, especially when it kicks into this gear with the crazy snowstorm, it probably warrants a bit of a drama. So we do still kind of want to focus on a dramatic soundtrack, but it should start off soft. So it should have kind of a soft beginning and then jump into something a bit more dramatic to match the mood. Because basically all this portion here, it's going to be soft. And then it's a little bit of like background music and soundtrack as I do a bit of voiceover. And then this section here is just watching them preparing. So there should definitely be a build up until you start seeing the shots have changed over as the snowstorm kicks in. And we get a lot of like the caked in shots. So this is also kind of a fun part of the project, and because I do enjoy listening to the music, and then when it's like, especially since I know exactly what shots we're working with, now it's like when I'm listening to different soundtracks, I'm just waiting for a moment to hit. Like I'm waiting for that. Oh, sorry, I wasn't sharing my screen while we were talking about that. But yeah, basically, since we have the sequence and we know the kind of the pacing, where it's going to start off a bit slow, you'll see the snow picking up, and then eventually turns into like a full-on blizzard. And by the end of it, we have the full view of it just like whiting out the screen. So then I've got the mood. When I listen to the soundtrack, I hope as I listen, there will be moments where it just clicks. You'll just have that moment where it's like, oh, boom, this, I can see how the visuals would fit in with it. So it's a fun part of the process, but it's also one that can be very tedious and it could take a long time. It just depends how, I guess, I don't want to keep saying the word autistic to describe this, because it's, you know, everyone does it, but it's not probably the right word to use for how I'm trying to describe myself, because I don't think I am autistic, but I do go super in depth on things that probably don't matter. Like other people would be like, why are you spending so much time trying to figure this thing out? This is good enough. And I'm like, exactly, it's good enough, but it's not the best. So anyways, we know that there's only maybe, oh yeah, let's double check which soundtracks we ended up using. So we used the Oran Läufer for chapter 7, which means I can drag all of these guys out because we ended up not using them. So let me create one more, let's create another folder for chapter 8 in my soundtrack area. I'm going to drag all these guys out, put it into chapter 8 as potentials. Let's listen to these soundtracks now and see if this, one of these kind of feels like it fits the mood. So far so good. Soft opening. Still good. I don't know if all of these ones that I have here as potentials are like Mongolian-esque, but we do know, I think one of these soundtracks for sure is like a Mongolian vibe to it. So far this is working. I think that might be the one. That definitely feels good. It feels good. It's only 2 minutes long, so it's not like absurdly, you know, like absurdly long in terms of the soundtrack. And I think it can fit the mood. So for instance, we end with this. Maybe start a little bit sooner. Let's see. Let's see. Yeah, I think we can even start more soon. More sooner? We can start it sooner. Let's see. Something like this, maybe. So I probably do need to focus on the script here, so especially with the soundtrack, I just gotta figure out how short do I need to make this beginning. But I think this, honestly, I think we're one for one. I think this soundtrack is the one. Because it's got a bit of like a minor key to it. It's a little bit somber feeling. But it's soft, so it still feels not as dramatic as the prior chapter. And then we'll just have to synchronize some of these. So then I'm just listening to the soundtrack again to see if there's a moment where for sure this is where we need to switch gears and show like all the shots of the snowy stuff. So this part of it could still be more of like the preparations, like these kind of shots. And then I think I see a moment coming up where then we just switch gears to the, like right here. So then from here, it could be where we just switch over to the shots when the snow's everywhere. We see just the animals getting caked in the snow. Like these kind of shots. Well, no, not this one's actually. When it gets a bit more intense, like. And then especially that ending there, like I already know what the shot is for that, right? It's gonna be whichever moment from this one. Like this, right? So it's going to be something like this. And I'll zoom in on this. We'll make sure it's stabilized. Slow motion, so then when it starts looking at the camera, we have that nice little ending there. Alright, I'm feeling it. But let's listen. We do have 3 other selections here that I think were the ones that we had maybe said we were going to use for the prior chapter. So let's see if it works for this chapter. This one's not bad so far, right? It starts off soft. It's more like stringed instruments, so it still feels like it fits with the mood of all the other soundtracks so far. It's got not, yeah, this is like kind of like chapter 2 of the soundtrack. So this could be like the whole preparation period. We're watching Arduk and his wife as they're like preparing all the animals. Snow is starting to pick up a little bit more. And then here for sure is where we start now showing some of the shots of just the animal and more cinematic mode. Snow's picking up. Picking up, nice. Yeah, I mean, I can see this one working as well. So here are my current, I guess these are the thoughts that I was having listening to all this. One, I mean, this one is, in some ways, I like some of this better because it makes use of like a lot of changes throughout the song, where it like keeps picking up bit by bit by bit. So then it feels a bit more clear when we need to switch gears to the next section of our video. It's a little bit too long though compared to the other one. So the other one was 2 minutes 13 seconds. This one's almost 3 minutes. So it's like 30 seconds longer, which we can be clever in terms of trying to figure out how to cut it up. But I do like how dramatic it is. Another thought I was having is like, wait a second, I may have 2 more episodes to go. So not that it's gonna matter either way, but I'm like, my God, I have 2 more episodes to go, and I have to find soundtracks for those 2 episodes. So I'm not looking forward to that because we did run out of Mongolian sounding soundtracks. So I was like, oh wait, should I just reserve this soundtrack for a next video, like next episode? Possibly, because this one has a lot more dramatic moments in it, as well as the soft. So I could see this one having potential for the future videos we're working on, because we do have a lot more epic shots to show, right? So that's one thought. The other thought I'm having is like, we're technically not ending the video with this horse shot, because we're going to fade to black, and then I do need to still show a few of these shots as we see the dead horse being taken away. And in that sense, the soundtrack kind of works, where if like we end the soundtrack here, so imagine like that's where we have the horse in the snow, and then when this next piano sound or whatever right there, then it could switch over to showing the dead horse, and then I'm adding a little bit of voiceover being like, you know, as the aftermath, we Ardak did end up losing one of his horses to the weather, which claimed, let me just write this down so I don't forget. In the aftermath, Ardak ended up losing one of his stallions, as did many others across Mongolia, with an estimated, whatever it is, half a million to 1 million livestock lost from the snow, cold, from the blizzard, winter. Yeah, so maybe that, as I say this, that soundtrack does at least have a nice little tapering off. And let's see how long it is. So it's from like 2 minutes 12 seconds. So yeah, it's like 30 seconds. I probably don't need more than 30 seconds if we just cut up a few clips, you know, a few seconds here, a few seconds there, show the dragging off, just showing a little bit of like this portion here. That's just a few seconds. And then a lot of this we don't need. It's just, yeah. And then just getting carried away. So like, actually this soundtrack could work mainly because of that section there, where it had a nice little finale, but then there's 30 more seconds of it toning down again. And that tone down is what I do need. We're toning down for what? For this dead horse. So now I'm a bit torn. Both of them could work. So let's listen to the third soundtrack now. I can see myself using this for the next video. Plus, it's like literally almost 13 minutes long, so it'll take more effort to cut up the parts I want. Alright, what about this one? Virtuoso? So now I'm like kind of torn between two options here. The first one we listened to, Deviation, and then maybe this one. This one is also only 1 minute 37 seconds, so it'll force me to have to trim this chapter to be shorter, which is not a bad thing because I do want to trim the fat where possible. So knowing that those are the two that we have to play with, let's kind of drag around and see. Assuming if we can make the entire chapter essentially fit this soundtrack, plus knowing that we have a few more scenes here, which should only take like 30 more seconds, and then we'll have our photo montage that comes after, I think we're still safe to say that the video should end by, it might even end by 17 minutes, which is good. Then we're talking like, okay, that's decent. 50 minutes being the marker, but you know, a couple minutes longer, but feeling like we've had very compelling scenes throughout, then yeah, I wouldn't really complain. So I'm leaning more towards the first soundtrack, mainly because it feels more like the mood of all the other soundtracks so far. Because if we'll have to listen to it again, but I think it was more stringed instruments. A little bit of piano, but mostly strings. And I think most of our soundtracks fit more of that. The only issue with the second soundtrack is that it felt, well, it's very piano heavy. So it does stand out a bit more, I think. Let's see. Yeah, so that's my only kind of thought right now, is that this one feels a bit more out of place potentially. So I think I'm going to lean towards the Deviation one. And then to solve for the thing I mentioned, like, well, what about the outro? Like, after you end it here, if the first soundtrack doesn't really have that extended period to show this, it isn't the end of the world. I was thinking about it because, like, I do still need one more soundtrack for the... It tends to be something that's, like, very, very soft music that I'll play in the background as I give my final parting thoughts. I also then show the photo montage, so it's not really meant to be anything more than just kind of a nice little thank you and goodbye type vibes. So we can just have it starting with this portion first and then go into the photo montage. So yeah, I think not the end of the world. So now let's just kind of figure out where to start the soundtrack from. because nothing says we have to use all of the soundtrack if we cut it up. Let me pause this background music. Alright, as we do that, let me think about this. What is a potential script? Just to get a sense of timing. So we said we have to reflect on the crazy weather. So we ended with this. Something with the crazy weather. Hello, Kusanetti. Thank you very much for subscribing on YouTube. I appreciate it. I'll take this moment as we're working through this to quickly just mention I am streaming across YouTube, Twitch, and Kick. This is day 15 of me being a streamer, so I do appreciate if you're finding this enjoyable. You're tuning in as I'm starting off in the very, very early stages of being a professional streamer. But if you are just tuning in, I do hope you are enjoying what you're watching. I'm kind of in the boring phase right now because I'm looking for the right soundtrack, and I'm going to be playing this portion over and over and over again, so I do apologize for that. But generally speaking, what I do, and maybe as I kind of use this opportunity to introduce myself, I will play a bit of these with some low volume, so you'll have a good sense of what I do over here. Yeah, so I am a travel photographer and videographer. And I spend my time traveling the world, mostly focused on wildlife. And I've also, as of the past year and a half, since I've left corporate world, I focus my time also taking people with me on these trips. So I organize workshops internationally, whether you're fellow photographers or if, you know, like the last one I took was a honeymoon couple across 2 countries in Africa. So I love to share the world as I've seen it and take people with me. But then also I started a YouTube as of a year ago, and so I am now catching up after a year and a half of nonstop traveling. I'm now home and just in front of the computer editing and trying to create the videos so I can publish it to my social media and my YouTube. So I decided I'm going to live stream at the same time, since I do seem to have the energy to be able to speak for hours on end, and I'll be in front of the computer editing anyways, so I figured if I turn on the camera, this can be something that I can explore as a potential way to be a content creator. So anyways, that is what I'm doing, and you're watching me on the 15th day as we've been working on what I say is Project Mongolia. This is a trip from last year in February, and so we are trying to figure out a way to put a story together. And most likely it'll be 2 to 3 episodes that we will be publishing. We're working on episode 1, which is this video right here. We're at the very last chapter of the entire video, so it'll be fun to show you guys in its entirety very soon. But yeah, if you tune into these streams, and thank you very much, Ahmed, for subscribing. Mustak, I apologize on getting names wrong, but if you're watching on YouTube, which I believe you are, I will also be shameless and ask that you like this video. Hopefully it will help with the YouTube algorithms to make sure more people can access this video. But yeah, so you're watching me live edit what my next YouTube video will be. So you get to see all the behind the scenes of what is my thought process, how do we make something from nothing, and then if it's enjoyable, then I do hope you'll stay tuned to watch the actual final video when I publish it. But yeah, this is what we're doing. And in terms of the community, it's been very fun in my 15 days. We have made progress. I am now a Twitch affiliate, so we are slowly but surely getting our way to becoming a full-on live streamer. I am testing, like I said, across all 3 platforms. And so it'd be nice to learn how all of them are different, how they're all the same. But either way, it's all unified under this stream umbrella. So I do enjoy when people type in the chat or just give their feedback. That is the goal, is long term. As we build the community, I want to collect feedback from people as we're making these videos. We've already had a number of people give good suggestions that have helped me in terms of the editing flow, the narration, the best clips to use, how to edit. So yeah, that's the whole point of these streams. I want you guys to feel like you're a part of creating this story, right? This film. So yeah, so right now what we're doing, we're on the final chapter here. We just identified potential soundtracks to use. There's kind of 2 contenders right now of soundtracks, and I am doing my best to keep this short and sweet. So we're doing what we're calling trimming the fat. So this video right now is at the end of our last chapter. It is at 13 minutes and 32 seconds. I would like to have this video not be longer than, let's say, 18 minutes. So if we can get it under 18 minutes, I think that'd be great. So our current ambition is anywhere from 15 to 17 minutes, really. And based on the soundtrack, I think that is doable. What you're seeing as the last chapter was when a snowstorm kicked in. So all of this was from our experience inside of a snowstorm when we went out for just to go out to do some hunting and exploring. And then as the snowstorm continued, this final chapter shows how Ardak, who is the name of the host that I was staying with, him and his wife, how they were preparing their animals before the snow really kicked in. And then we'll have some nice little cinematic shots as you see how the snowstorm starts to pick up, and then see how it affects all the animals. And ending with a crazy shot of these 3 horses, these baby horses, right, the horsefuls in the snow, doing a lot of slow motion for this. And then we jump into one of the horses that died, so then showing just a little bit, you know, it's a sad way to end it, but it's also just adding some reflections, talking about this crazy historic snowstorm that had hit all across Mongolia. And then we end with some photos that I've taken from this trip as a nice little montage. So that's where we'll jump into this section, and then we're going to look through some of the photos that we edited, and I'm going to bring some of these photos into the video. And that's just been how I've been doing the last few vlogs, where if I have photos that I've taken from the journey, from the video, I will put it at the end of the video as a nice little montage that people can see, and I'll put it with some, hopefully some good music choice. So these are some of the photos that we have edited throughout the past 15 days. So yeah, that is what we're doing as a streamer. And yeah, well, I don't even know how long we've been streaming. We've only been streaming for like 2 hours or so. We've got at least 6 more hours to go. I have been yawning pretty heavily, like even an hour ago. So at some point, maybe I'll take a quick break. I'm going to make myself another cup of iced coffee, even though it is 6:30 p.m. And we'll keep ourselves alive that way. So there's my quick summary. So what we've been doing here is now I'm just trying to see if the soundtrack would work. For a little bit of motivation, let's play the trailer again, which is the start of our video. And this always hypes me up. It's good to motivate myself as well in terms of just making sure, remembering why we're doing this and hopefully feeling like inspired by it. So let me go ahead and play this trailer portion and we'll get back to it. Let me play it with some audio. How about that? Yeah. All right, here we go. Then the rest of the video starts off, and we've got, what did we say? We have about, yeah, we've worked on 7 different chapters over the past 15 days. If I remember correctly in terms of how we worked, I think the first 9 days we dedicated just to finish this trailer. So literally, I might be exaggerating, but in my mind, I seem to remember day 9 was when I felt like the trailer was complete. So 9 days to get, how long is this? To get 40 seconds complete. So it was slow and steady work in the beginning, but that was by design. The trailer, I do dedicate as much time as possible because it is the most compelling. It is the thing that's going to convince people, do we stay and watch the rest of the video, or is it time I shut the video off? So I hope that you enjoy this. We put a lot of time into making this feel very, very cinematic. There's a few more things we'll still do, so it's not fully finished yet, but at least it's in its almost final form. Then throughout the last 2 weeks, we've been working through chapter after chapter. So we've been going fairly chronologically, so sequentially based on chapters. And so you can see it by the color coding. These are all the different chapters. So chapter 1 was when we arrive in Mongolia. Chapter 2 was the second day, I guess. Yeah, so chapter 1 was when we arrived in the capital of Mongolia. Chapter 2 was when we finally made it to the destination, including meeting our crew that we'd be traveling with. So that was chapter 3, meeting the crew in its entirety, and then making it to our final destination. Chapter 4 was meeting Ardak and seeing where we're staying, as well as going on our very first adventure out into the wild with our eagle hunters. Chapter 5 was actually showing that, so yeah, I need to remind myself what each chapter is. But then yeah, chapter 5 is when we go right into the wilderness, and this is where we have our first kind of like a lot of epic shots showing the eagle hunters out in the wild doing their thing, calling the eagles to them and all that. Chapter 6, we then tone it down after chapter 5's more like epic feel to it, especially with the soundtrack. So then we kind of cool down a bit. I show an activity where we went ice fishing, and then even with the ice fishing, we show how all of a sudden a snowstorm kicked in, and this becomes like foreshadowing for what's to come, because then the blizzard only continued and got even more crazy and longer and worse. So then that's what we worked on yesterday, was finishing chapter 7 of showing the most epic part of our journey as we show the eagle hunters in the blizzard. And here we are, chapter 8. Now, one thing I noticed is I need to color code chapter 8. So all of this, what color is our final chapter? What have we not used? I don't think we've used chocolate, so we'll go with chocolate. Yeah, okay. All right, so then this is all potentially our last chapter. And then what you were watching me do right before was that I had a little script open here. I'm just trying to think like, and this is not my forte by any means. I need to figure out what, generally speaking, is the verbiage that I'm going to be using so that I can start cutting this and figuring out how much time in the soundtrack will be dedicated to me giving a little bit of a preface or like reflections on what just happened. So we just showed the scenes when we're out in the snowstorm, see the riders, boom, 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 and now we're back at base camp, and I need to calm things down and then talk about what's about to happen. So I'm going to be quiet for a little bit. I'm going to let this play, and I'm just going to be thinking and just looking at my notes here and try to figure out what a good script could be. So let's just play it from here. Actually, let's play from here so it gives me more time to figure this out.
It's like a baby.
Russian band, Eagle Hunters down there, and our photographer, Yabel. Hi, how are you?
Cold.
Cold, yeah.
Still haven't figured it out. But regardless, I think we can start the soundtrack a little bit sooner. So, let's see. Okay, assuming another strategy I have to maybe making this work is instead of like thinking of the script first, maybe I just think about with the soundtrack, where's the right cutoff point. So at least here we know that this soundtrack picks up right at this moment right here. So we can use that as a kind of a point. So let's say maybe by this point we should be done showing any scene of this mountain landscape. At the very least, or we can even show it, we can end it sooner. So first thing I'll do is let's go ahead and stabilize these two footages, because obviously they're very shaky. And I can also, I'm going to put both of them, I shot both of these at 60 frames per second. So I can reduce the speed to 40% because the timeline I'm using is 24 frames per second. So then you just do 24 divided by 60 and that tells you how much you can slow it down by. So then that way hopefully the shot should be a bit smoother as well. So I'm gonna watch both of these in its entirety. And then we'll see what part of it is the best part. So I mean, this part's okay because it's fairly stable. Shows one of the mountains. This part is not as good, I guess, because it's mostly blue. Close-up shot, that's nice. Okay, that's my current thought without watching the rest. I think we start with the zoomed out version and then we jump to the close-up. So somewhere like here maybe. And then we'll find a stable moment, so maybe something like this. Okay, so any moment really inside of here was good. So let's cut that out. And let's see if we can maybe dissolve this together. Let's see. Yeah, not bad. So we'll just make it a bit softer in terms of how it transitions. And I generally like to just have everything synchronized to music, so we'll do that for now and see if it works. Okay, so that's a dramatic moment. How much... I mean, I clearly have enough videos to use. The question for me is always like, I think for the most part throughout this video, I've been leaning more towards doing shorter clips as opposed to letting some of these longer clips play out. So my thought is like, do I just let this play out? Because, I mean, it's kind of an interesting moment, right? It's weird, you know, you seeing how she has to fight against her livestock, seeing her kind of like, you know, being a bit combative, right? But it's obviously in the name of protecting everything. So there's a world where I say, should I just let it play all the way through? Only if I have enough other footages, I guess. Otherwise, the problem I run into is then this can be a bit boring to watch a full clip. But let's operate under the assumption I do let it play all the way to that beat. Let's see what else we have. So let's start cutting some of this up. Trying to get rid of some of the shaky parts. And then we can probably even slow it down, like do some slow motion, so. Let's see if this shot's better. Because those two shots are fairly similar to each other. Oh yeah, and then I need to... We probably can't use any of the audio here because I've stated it before, but I didn't know what I was doing, especially with mic stuff. I only learned after several more trips to go the importance of having a microphone, especially in these kind of outdoor travels. So all of this probably, if you hear the audio, it's going to be blown out because of the wind. So I forget which trip I started to travel with a microphone, like a shotgun mic, like the Rode mics and everything. But yeah, the difference is immediately clear. Okay, let's see. We do have a lot of clips, but it could be deceptive because some of the clips might be somewhat repetitive from the other ones. So my first attempt is to try to use shorter clips, and then if we don't have enough space, then we can always extend it. So I do know I have one of those yak. Yeah, this one here. So this could be a nice transition maybe because we end with the same yak. Okay, what comes next? Maybe some close-ups. This close-up could be good for a transition moment though. Let me see. And then at this point, the snow is a bit heavier, so I don't want to show it right away. We want to build up to it. So this one should come later. Yeah, this is what I meant about it could be deceptive. I have so many clips and it seems like I have a lot of footage, but some of it, a lot of it is of like the same thing, so I have to see. This might be a cooler one to end with in like slow motion. So it could be, let me think. Yeah, so maybe from there. Up till there. But this will be in slow motion is my thought. So let's change this clip to 40%. And then I might work backwards. We know we said we wanted this horse shot to be at the dramatic finale. Just like here. So let's move these ones. So I'm still thinking that shot could be nice as the ending. Because like once we stabilize it, blah blah blah. So let's just show as an example. Imagine if I stabilize. And then we'll keep zooming in on this shot until the end. Okay, so roughly speaking, it'll take up at least this part, so we have this much to go. Oh yeah, and the other thing we can do is, if we have too much space and we don't have enough shots, we'll then try to be creative in terms of what portion of the soundtrack we can cut out, essentially. Like, if we don't really want to play this whole thing start to finish, and save some time, which I think makes the most sense. It's like, these shots, I mean, this chapter is cool, especially once the snow kicks in, but is it cool enough to show, like, so many minutes of it? Probably not. So I will trim the fat here probably significantly. But I do want to keep this portion where you see her throwing a rock at the thing and then dragging the baby out. Definitely want to keep that, just showing them preparing the animals. Probably ending with the shot when it's like, looks like it's looking at me, so that's all good. So then when that picks up there, let's see what... We want these kind of shots to pop up. So let's start with maybe this. And this one, the good thing is the yaks are like kind of stepping to the beat of the music. So normally I might want to slow motion it, but it might actually be better at normal speed. So if like from here, maybe from here. Let's try stabilizing this. think probably just the spot where we see it by itself. And this part maybe we'll do slow motion. There we go. And in slow motion is actually perfectly timed to the music. So we got lucky there. And then we'd start adding some zoom into this, so just make it more dramatic. It'll be similar to how we did, well, most everything, really. But even for this eagle shots, right? So just as a reminder, when we were doing this, we just add a bit of subtle zoom into the shot. So you can see the zoom there, zooming in, zoom in. And so I stated it before, but that's generally speaking what I do for most of my editing. I just, like in terms of trying to make the shot feel like it pops a little bit more, it's a bit more cinematic, 9 out of 10 times I'm just adding a bit of zoom from start to finish of the video, and that tends to do the job. Like, as long as it's a stable shot, you do a little bit of zoom, yeah, that's, and then like synchronizing it to the music, that's all there is to it really for me. I'm sure there's a lot more I'll learn as we continue doing this. You know, I'm gonna try to do more research on the side as well as on the stream in terms of like, you know, really good video editing techniques and what do people do when it comes to making like really good films. And yeah, we'll try to do that ourselves. Obviously that's too long, but yeah, I just want to see. Okay, so let's prioritize some shots. Maybe we want a little bit of this in the beginning, because we can see how windy it is from the ground. Okay, so maybe we'll make one of those clips longer. So then, currently we have the setup. I also need to figure out what to do with all this section. I might have to cut it out. Okay, I think there's a way to cut the... Maybe. Is that really as short of a clip as I have? Yeah, okay, so we'll get rid of that one. Let's see, there's some other clips. Okay, this is for later. So this is kind of a repeat, right? Or these are like duplicates almost. I'm thinking like we got distance a bit closer, slow motion, close up of the face, and then maybe this one can be a close up of the eye as I zoom in on the eye. So we just gotta find a good moment for it. Maybe when it closes the eye. Something like this. Okay, not bad. Then what comes next? I think this is where we switch over to the horse shots, because we have some. See, we're slowly getting there. We're making progress. I don't know what it's like when you're watching me do it, but I promise that we're moving forward at least. And then we won't know if the magic, if we've kind of sparked the magic yet until the end, but right now I'm feeling it's promising because we know what the final shot is, roughly this part here, and we have this much space to put more shots. So I think that rest could be like some of the horse shots because I think I have just enough footage for that. We have these 3 clips to use. So let's drag these out of the way. Oh, we have more as well here, potentially. Okay. Alright, let's take a look. Yeah, we definitely want this shot here. All right, let's see what we got again. I think I'll need to show. So we have one shot of the horse in the heavy snow. That's probably a good one to start with. Then I think I want to show some shots when they're running. So maybe like this one. And then after the running, I want to show them stopping. So like this one. Showing a shot like this where they're all staring at me in the clearing. So starting from this one first. So it'll be like this. So from a distance, then they all pause to look at me. So like from here maybe. They stop to look at me like this. And then we cut to the close-up. So something like that. And then jump to this one, yeah. So from this to that. Probably just need the beginning part here. Okay, okay. Then we cut. Yeah, so we need. Okay, I think we got potential storyline. Goes from this to running. that kind of works, but I think maybe timing wise I have to do it later. Like instead of having a start here, maybe I need to do that later. Like this part. Yeah, that's much better. And then instead of having start, yeah, we'll start it with the head kind of matching a little bit with the pose maybe. Kind of, yeah. Actually, I don't know. Maybe I like the motion. Okay, for now we'll keep it something like that. But it's starting to shape up. We got the ending. So sometimes I don't go, yeah, I just kind of go wherever it works. So we're doing it working backwards, so we know roughly speaking what the final shot would be. So then we kind of also know what should follow prior to it, which is like the shot of this as a nice little transition. So then I'm just listening to the music to see how long each of those sections could potentially be. So let's say if we make this part longer. Slow this down. Okay, now I kind of want to time when that little clapping sound happens in the soundtrack with him, with this horse kicking its feet up in the air. We're getting there. We're getting there. Sometimes Nala does this and I'm not sure what causes it. But yeah, she's just chilling above me. And I always get nervous because she has no way to get down besides jumping on my table or on me. Yes, Nala? Where are you gonna go? Head down, yep. Good girl. Alright. Crisis averted. Let's get back to this. What shots do I have to work with? probably want to show some shots of the other horses. But let's see what I have. Okay, it's not bad. Let's try to speed it up slightly to get the steps. There we go. Let's slow motion this guy. I mean, this shot's not bad. Kind of shows all three of them. So let's see if I can put this somewhere. I'm not sure. Okay, it's I'm feeling parts of it. I do feel like there's a lot of fat in this though. Like there's a lot of trimming I can do. So the question is, how much of the soundtrack do I cut out? Like for instance, we have this whole section here, where it's just a single video clip playing. But obviously we don't want to show all that, so. Good news is, because we've done this, at least we now have a better sense of all the potential clips we're going to use. So we can start pushing some of them out of the way. Okay, now there are some really dramatic shots like this. Like obviously we're using a little bit of that. But I do think it deserves some time. So like even this part here when you're seeing them walk in the snow, when it's like completely whited out, I do think that's worth showing. Up until when they stop. So now that I've seen that, I do think I need to include that somewhere. And in this moment, maybe, when you see the horse kind of resting on the other one, it's a little too quick. Oh yeah, this happens at the end, but we can probably, it doesn't matter, no one can tell. Maybe we include some of this wide angle shot. So like this part here. Oh, that's a nice little jump. Just barely caught that. So maybe this portion. Okay, so I'm just going to cut out a few sections as potentials from that section. We already have this kind of a shot when they're looking through the snow. And then I think we dragged over... Where do we put it? Yeah, this part. Okay, so the good news is we've introduced 3 more portions of the video that we should maybe consider using somewhere. So how do we introduce them into this video? Let's try to slow this guy down, 40%. Okay, we're getting there. This is fine. maybe we don't do this one. It's almost there. If I can like maybe stabilize the shot a bit. If we can smooth out the transition as well. So let's say if we do a bit of like a dissolve. It's not bad. I have some hesitations, but it's like a decent. It's a decent ending, but there's some work left to make it feel epic all the way through. I'd like to be able to make that transition a bit smoother, but I don't have a good answer yet. I don't have a good answer. Because like the dissolve is, like, I guess not bad, but not the best. Let's see. I mean, we do have an arsenal of different transitions. Let's see if there's anything that works. I feel like I'm looking for something that maybe zooms in a bit on it. Let's try one of these first. Nope. That was too much, too much. So I downloaded a bunch of different templates and stuff from Elements, Envato Elements. So I use Envato Elements for a lot of, like, if I need different overlays or, you know, transition, video effects, you name it. Envato has a lot of really good stuff out there. So, but right now I'm just trying to find like a subtle transition. None of these are too subtle. Yep. So far the best one is just doing like that cross dissolve effect. But I'm holding out hope. I'm not sure. There's something about it that's like I'm resistant to it right now. I was saying like it's the final product. But I wouldn't be able to pinpoint what exactly is causing that feeling. So it could all be in my head, you know. But I do have a crazy amount of transitions. Nothing crazy, nothing crazy. These are all way too crazy. Okay, this one's crazy, but I kind of want to see how it looks. It is crazy, but I kind of like it. Yeah, I mean, I won't use it, but it's at least a softer transition besides the obviously glitchy stuff. So I would like it if it was more like you can see a blurring. My God, how are we gonna get to an answer here? Give me something natural. So ideally it's something, yeah, like a blurred effect. Given that this whole shot is fairly blurry. Okay, let's try this one real quick. I mean, it is a... In some ways I feel like it's a bit much, but in other ways it's at least a softer transition. That's not bad. Of all of them so far, I feel like this one is best. Okay, we're gonna keep that for now. Alright. I need to stop looking at this for a little bit, because I think I'm hitting a wall with it. So let's start from the trailer section real quick. Let's watch the trailer again. We'll watch one of the other dramatic moments, and then we'll pop back in. Alright, so trailer. Also, let's bring the playback back to full. So all of that still feels very good. Let's watch this part. Okay, there's one moment there that my OCD self is thinking I can improve. So there's a moment in the music, and when I think when the eagle lands, that so it lands before the beat, or like the soundtrack. So the question is, do I have space before this where we chose? Like, what if we start this a little bit earlier, or like a little bit later? Too late, somewhere here. Right there, yeah. So, I don't know if you guys can hear it, but yeah, there's like that, the new note that plays right here. So if I can time it with the landing, because then I noticed that there's another moment later that was also off by a little bit. So if we sync it to this one, it might sync the other one as well. So now it's right on time. Yep. And then yeah, that was the other one. So when the talon hits the his wrist again, now it's timed with the 2 beats. So does that mean, do I have space to do it? Yeah, so if I start a little bit earlier over there and I trim this part there, and then let's re-stabilize the footage. All right, let's see how it goes. Boom. Perfect timing. And then one more. Boom. That part's okay because you can't really see it when it lands. Nice. So yeah, this is essentially how I work, and this is why I don't end up rushing things. It's got the good and the bad. Obviously, the bad is that it takes me forever to work. I'm very slow and methodical. But on the upside, I can catch little moments like that and hopefully have time to course correct. Not that, I mean, it's just, did it really make a big difference timing that in that moment? Probably not in the grand scheme of things. But for me, when I rewatch this video in the future, or like even just now, every time I can lock in all of those kind of potential things that are itches in the back of my head, yeah, then it just makes me feel better about the final production. So anyways, let's listen to the other kind of dramatic moments and see if we catch anything.
It's like a baby.
Russian band, Eagle Hunters down there, and our photographer, Yabel. Hi, how are you?
Cold.
Cold, yeah.
Okay, now fresh pair of eyes. Let's see how this starts out. Some kind of dialogue here about how crazy the weather's been. So the pacing here is okay, no issues there. But then this is where we need to cut some stuff from here. Because I think I just let it play the whole way through. And I have to figure out a way to splice the music so I can cut out a decent portion of it without it being noticeable. Okay. I actually don't mind the... I think all of this, I kind of don't mind. There's some portions maybe I can clip it up a bit better. This is the biggest problem right here, is all the space. So let's just listen to this and see where we can cut it out. So potentially here, somewhere here. So if I cut the music there. Okay, I have an idea. What if I cut all of this here? Let me just shrink this video for now because it's gonna get in the way. Let's grab all these guys, bring it closer. Let's bring this soundtrack down one so it doesn't get in the way. Okay, let's grab all of these. Alright, would this work? Let's see. So timing wise it's okay. Oops. Kind of. Okay, 1 second. I think we figured out an answer though. Is it the right answer? We'll find out, but basically we chopped out a decent amount in the middle, and I just want to get the timing down. 2, 3, 4, 1, 2. So I think this is supposed to happen like much later. 2, 3. Here, let me increase this one. Almost there. Let's because this one ends with 3, 4, 1. Okay, so we need one of those. One, Okay, so technically that's the spot. Alright, let's see if we can work around that. So if we bring all these. Alright, let's listen from here. 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2. Nice. Nice. Hells yeah, we did it, Nala. We did it, Nala. Alright. That's fairly well synchronized. So then what that means is, well, we've cut a decent amount, but we have to cut more. But let's see. So while that works, we still have like all this space that we need to do stuff with. And is this one video clip enough? Let's find out. Alright, so it goes. Okay, so these are like potentials, but let's see. Oh yeah, we wanted to end it with the yak looking at the camera as I zoom in. Yeah. Okay, so it's not bad. I still want to cut a little bit more out, so let's figure out. Okay, I think we can cut out this entire portion here. Potentially. All right, let's try to get the timing down first. 2, 3, 4. 2, 3, 2, 3. A little too delayed, so it would be like. Hold on 1 second. Let's what to do. Come on now. Come on down. All right, let's figure this out. So I think it's off by just a tiny bit. We'll try 1 frame. It's almost good. Okay, but let's see if that just ruined it. So starting from... Let me turn up the audio. Okay, no, I think it technically requires that extra beat in there. I think. Let me see again. Okay, so I think here, somewhere here we can cut it. Hear me out. So if it's like and then if we bring all these guys in. Nala, what are you doing? Can you get down? Alright, so let me drag these guys. I think that could work if I synchronize it a little bit better. Okay, let's just listen to that from here. Nala, no, get down. I think that can work, so we just gotta sync the music a bit better. Let's hear this first. It's almost there. I'm going to try just by like a single frame if it makes it better or not. It's not bad. Okay, but here's what I want to do now. I'm going to create another track for soundtrack. We'll call it soundtrack 3. we'll mimic the other soundtracks in terms of any settings I've changed. And then I'm gonna bring these two down, these two soundtracks. So that way I can start blending in the top layer soundtrack. And then we'll have it like fade out, but I think there's a few notes in the original section that sounded nice. Okay, let's listen to it again. And actually, let's stretch it out for a bit so we can see if we actually are in sync. It's hard to tell. Part of me thinks it's like maybe I need to jump it back that one frame. So let's do that here. Let's try again. Yeah, I think that's better. Okay, let's fade it out. There we go. All right. Cool, so now we've trimmed it a bit, so now it's a bit more manageable in terms of like fitting in the clips that I have without feeling like it's bloated. So okay. All right, I think it's shaping up. Something. Inserting words in to fit in this section here about how crazy the weather's been and how it continued to get crazier. And I'm gonna end this chapter, this episode, with showing when the thick of it finally hit where we were. Blah blah blah. Hope you enjoy. Okay, one quick change I want to make is I'll put this clip first, and this one should be the last one, and I want it to be extra long. Because this shot's okay, but it's whatever. But it starts with like a darkish animal, and then this yak just looks super cool, so I'd rather give it a bit more time to shine. Let's see if we can use a different part of the clip. Maybe when it's like, yeah, on the move. There we go. Okay, I think that's much better. Obviously, all of the clips we still need to edit a lot more, stabilize them, zoom ins and all that. But timing wise, that feels okay. And we're ending at 15 minutes and 4 seconds roughly. So basically we're ending at 15 minutes. And we started at, what was that, like 14 minutes? No, 13 minutes and 30 seconds. So it's not bad. Basically, this chapter is only a minute and a half thus far. Now we have to insert in about, what do we say? Maybe it could be like 30 seconds of showing the aftermath of the dead horse. So let's just, I don't like to delete things until I know for sure that we're not going to use it. But let me push these guys back. Let's bring these guys up here. Alright, so then we need one more soundtrack to kind of go with this. And this part's easy enough. I think I have a decent number of soundtracks that I've already used, or I have a bunch more I haven't used that give a vibe of like finale vibes. You know, it's like detoxing vibes of like, you know, thank you very much. I hope you've enjoyed the story. Life is a journey, and we're here on that path, you know, feeling enlightened. I have a bunch of those kind of soundtracks. So I think it'll be fun to listen to it. We'll find a few of those, and then we'll just insert one in. Now, the trick is that we have to find one that's a little bit more somber, because obviously we're showing a dead horse. So... But before we get into that, let's go ahead and start to clean up this chapter. So let's start to stabilize some of the footages. So I think we've done that, but let's see here real quick. I think we might want to add a bit of zoom. Yeah, so we'll add some subtle zoom to these guys now. All right, so you guys just basically watch from start to finish of this potential, you know, this kind of chapter. And you're seeing it still in its very raw form. So hopefully you watched it and you're like, oh, okay, it's not bad. I don't want you to think that was epic. You should be watching this being like, hey, that was not bad. Hopefully what we're about to do now with each of the clips, we'll elevate it from the not bad to like, oh, damn, that's pretty cinematic. That was pretty good. So yeah, that's a hope. And then we have one more elevation we'll do at the end where we'll color grade everything to just kind of match a proper mood. And then you'll be like, now that's cinema. So we're a couple levels below that level, I hope. And we're going to achieve the first level here by taking each of the clips. We're going to do whatever we need to, but mainly I'm just going to add a bit of zoom effect on each of the shots. And usually I just do a subtle amount. And I wonder if I can actually... It might not work to do this, but let's see if we can actually... Yeah, I don't think it'll work because we don't have enough... Oh wait, maybe. Let's see if we can actually match one shot to the next almost to be identical. So basically we can see the second shot because there's a bit of a dissolve effect. So we can see where the second shot is located. So unless I rotate it slightly, which we might as well do, why not? I think we need to zoom out a bit. Okay, let's lift it up. Not bad. Alright, let's see how crazy that makes it though. Alright. Here, let's remove this dissolve effect now. Let's drop this down one level. I'm not a fan as much of what I just did. I feel like it, because we can't get it properly match up, and then the second video starts moving, so it doesn't really stay spot on. So we're gonna undo all that wonderful adjustments. It was a good attempt though. Oh, maybe. Was that not the issue? Okay, I'm gonna redo everything. Maybe the issue wasn't that. Alright, we're going to try again. I think maybe that cross dissolve messed with my head a bit. Because I think I was sizing it for a moment later in the later in the clip as opposed to the exact next frame. So what I'll do is I'm going to drag this over. I'm going to reduce the opacity. Alright, so clearly we're too zoomed in at this point. So now we gotta resize it a bit. I don't have enough space on the left for this. If I want to maintain this, that means I have to zoom in on the second shot as well, and that's just way too much work for very, very little reward. So I'm going to go back to saying forget it. Let's just redo what we had. Okay. But I will still add a bit of zoom, just not to the level where it matches the prior, or to the next shot. So we'll just do a little bit of zoom. Same thing for the next one. Just a little bit of zoom on this. So I'll just explain again how I normally edit. For here, I'm just adding some keyframes at the beginning and ending of each clip. And this just lets me dictate, it depends what I hit the keyframe for. So the keyframe are these little diamonds on the right here. So anytime I turn like these diamonds red, I'm essentially activating a keyframe for that particular action. So in this case, I'm activating a keyframe for the function of zoom and for the function of position. So if at any point I change these values here, and I have a keyframe earlier, let's say like the keyframe 1 and keyframe 2, and if the value is different on keyframe 1, which is earlier in the video, versus keyframe 2, which is in this case the end of this video clip, then the software will try to even it out between the two. So that's how you get motion across point A to point B. So in this case, we started with no zoom. It was all default settings. But then the very end of the clip, I'm adding 2 keyframes, and I'm going to increase the zoom to, I don't know, let's just do this amount. So then going from 1.0 to 1.18. So that's how you get that smooth zoom effect, and you'll see the number increasing evenly across the duration of the shot. So hopefully that made sense, but I do that all the time when I need to add a bit of zoom, generally speaking. And this just makes the shots feel a bit more, well, definitely more animated, and as part of that, it can feel a bit more cinematic, because it's like usually smooth motion, so it won't be like too shaky, but then it helps you kind of feel immersed in the scene. That's just a little bit of like, maybe I don't have a good answer for this, or there's no science behind it. It's just a feeling that I have. But my feeling is psychologically, if I add a little subtle zoom into some of these clips, it might help the audience member feel like they're becoming immersed into the scene, like they're actually drawing themselves into the scene as you're seeing it zoom into you. There's no proof of that, so just grain of salt. So these don't really need zoom, because it's more just like, as long as I'm moving, the camera's also moving at the same distance as me. These parts I like to add zoom, so then starting here, let's also stabilize the footage. Okay, so same thing. I do this for 99% of all my clips in terms of anytime I need to spice things up. So I'm just adding the keyframe at the beginning and the end again, and just add a little bit of zoom, and then see if it makes it look good or not. That one we don't need any, let's see. I think we're fine as is for that one, but I do want to stabilize it a little bit. This one we definitely want to zoom. Keyframe at the beginning. And sometimes default I put a keyframe for both zoom and position. Sometimes I never touch the position section. But just in case, then at least I know I have a keyframe there. Now this one does have some physical zoom in the middle of the shot, because I had a zoom lens on and I think I rotated at some point. but that's fine. I just want to zoom in on his face because it almost looks like, especially with the scene right before, he looks a little bit, or I don't know if it's a she. She looks a bit dumbfounded. Maybe he's like, man, I just saw you throw a rock at my friend. What the heck? And we got the timing down where when I did that massive zoom, we got that little clapping sound. Alright, next shot. Same thing, just stabilizing. This one, let me think. Yeah, we'll do the same thing. So my default is always to do a zoom in. Sometimes I'll just switch it around to doing some zooming out, but it just really depends on the shot. This one I might zoom out. So same process, I'm adding a keyframe in the beginning and the end, but this time I'm jumping back to the beginning. I'm going to start off zoomed in. And also I need to stabilize this. And I'm thinking, let's lift this shot up a bit, like this. Okay. Stabilize and zoom. All right, we're making progress here. So zooming in, this one's already kind of zoomed in, but I do still want that forward motion. Same thing, let's put a keyframe. All right, let's see. Okay, I think I put the keyframe in the wrong spot for that one, so let's fix that. I'm going to remove these keyframes. There we go. Okay, so now it's start to finish. Alright, same thing. Although, oh yeah, and the other thing I need to do is start doing some slow motion. I totally forgot. So, let's take a quick step back. I want to look at some of the other clips and see if I should do some slow motion. These I think are fine. We need this normal speed. This is fine. This one maybe could be nice in slow motion, so I'm just going to change the clip speed. I shot this at 60 frames per second, so I can reduce it to 40%. Let's see. Yep, but that does mean I need to redo the keyframes. So I'm just going to reset the keyframes. I'm going to reset the stabilization. And we got a nice moment. It's looking at the camera, and it looks to the left. Alright, and let me just move these clips out of the way. The ones that we're not using, I'm just going to drag it out. It just takes up space. Okay, and that way I can bring these guys down. Perfect. Let's move this one. Bring these guys down. Oh, it always feels so good when I can bring all the clips down a level. Because then that's how I know it's like, okay, we're in a good spot where we feel like these are the final clips. Therefore, it's going on the baseline level. And it just makes it so much easier instead of worrying about videos on 3 different tracks. Okay. With that said, though, we're not technically done. I'm just prematurely dragging some over, assuming that we're good to go. Alright, let's start from here again. Cool. So let's add a keyframe. One more at the end. And let's add a healthy amount of zoom. Maybe lifting up like this. Let's test it. Nice. We'll do normal speed for that because it's when he's pushing the yak forward, it's synchronized with the music, so we want it at that speed. These ones don't matter so much. Let's just see if there's a better moment in this shot. That's the moment after that. Maybe from here? And then if we slow it down, let's see. Same thing, I shot this at 60 frames. I'm trying to remember why I shot at 60 frames. In hindsight, if I could do this again, I probably would have shot everything at 120 frames. It could have been just like memory card issues, or like I was nervous about running out of space for like farmland shots. But anytime there's like heavy snow, I want to shoot at the fastest, like whether it's 120 or 240. The kind of cinematic shots you can end up with are just like always worth it. There we go. Okay, so that's fine. Let me stabilize this. Same thing, we're just gonna zoom in slightly. So we'll start this at 1. Actually, let's reset this. Okay, so we're gonna set keyframe at 1. And we'll zoom into like this much. There we go. Same thing, we'll slow this guy down. That's not bad. This one, okay, so now this one, for whatever reason, this one I shot at 120 frames per second. So out of nowhere, we get to slow this down to 20% of its original speed, which is when we start hitting cinema mode without needing to do much else. So like that kind of shot. But let's double check to see if there's a better moment. Yeah, it's all somewhat equal. So I think we're good with the section we got. But, as usual, we'll stabilize and cinematize. This might be too much, but let's try. Nope, that looks good. Alright, same thing. Let's try slowing this one down and see if it makes a difference. Yeah, it looks good like that. So, but as usual, okay, so we stabilized already. We're gonna add the keyframes. Just zoom in maybe to like 1.26. Nice. Slow motion this guy. 40% and stabilize. Cool. I think I'll leave this one normal speed. But yeah, we just gotta stabilize the shot. Yeah, we'll leave it normal speed. And then the next one will be slow motion. And with that, same process. However, this one definitely we want some zoom. It goes with the music as well. I think we'd be much more dramatic, so there we go. Enter some keyframes. We can probably add a little bit more. Same thing, same thing. Let's try 1.3. Probably more. This one, let's try 1.4. So normal speed on this one, but we will zoom in, so and then this one for sure we zoom in. Alright, I want to try centering this one, I think. It's hard to tell, but let's assume it's something like that. That's an interesting, I don't know how to feel about that. There's a little sidewinder kind of thing. Okay, it's okay. Keyframe, keyframe. Let's see. These shots are fairly stable already, so I don't think I need to do much. This one I might work with a bit, because obviously the horse that's doing the action thing is all the way, you know, squished to the right. So if I can draw attention to it, I would like to. So my current thought is definitely as I zoom in, trying to zoom in towards the right. Maybe we can even start zoomed in a bit. Alright, we're almost done. We're almost there. We're almost there. It's like a very tedious task. A thankless task. Okay, so this one I don't know if I want to zoom in too much. Okay, maybe we'll try the opposite here, but like doing a little bit of a zoom out effect maybe. Let's try. I'm okay with it. I mean, I'm sure it works either way. Alright, let's try to find a bit more stable moment. This might not work, but I think I need more motion. So I think what we had before was probably better. Okay, yeah, that seemed much more stable. We'll stabilize more. And then I forget which shoot, I lost track of which transition we used for that. Whatever, we'll find a new one. Which one did I use? Nah. Maybe this one? Let's see what it looks like if it's extreme. It's not bad, it's not bad. This is technically the final step, or this should be one of the final steps I do. But we are on the final chapter, so I'm okay just kind of having fun with this. Okay, so the zoom in dissolve is decent. Let's try one of these crazier ones real quick. It is crazier. I'm not feeling it, you know? Sometimes you just have the moment where you're like, yep, that's it. We had a few today, I think, but yeah, I'm having some difficulty with this kind of transition effects to use here. Because I'm looking for something subtle. Clearly that's not subtle. But I kind of want to see what this looks like, though. Yeah. Oh my god, I have more. Actually, I wouldn't mind one of these, maybe. If they have like a zoom version of this, like a zoom in. Yeah, like one of these. Okay, okay. So fast zoom 1. Alright, I think some of these are too fancy for what I'm looking for. Let's try this one real quick. Hells no. What the heck? Nope. Nope, nope, nope. I mean, I guess this could work, actually. Fast zoom 1. Alright, let's keep a note of that. What else do we got? Now I'm just like, I just want to try everything at this point. We got some film burns. I've been wanting to use one of these guys in like a future video. Like I said, one of the goals for my YouTube channel is definitely I want to do like talking head videos. So where I'm like talking to the camera. Probably not where it's positioned now. I might have it. So right now it's kind of lifted up high. I think for the talking head videos I want to do, it might just be like eye level. And it's the ones where I like, it's called talking head, but yeah, I speak to the camera. I'm explaining something, talking about some new camera lens or new gear, or this is how I shoot, and then I do a tutorial. So that is in the works. And as part of that, I feel like that's why I download a bunch of these templates, because I want to get more comfortable with using different types of transitions and video effects. I'm not really sure why these all have a little square thing on the left. I guess it maybe is to mimic like a part of a old school film. Alright, these aren't usable. Okay, I think we have our answer. It's probably the... What was it? Zoom in 1? Yeah, fast zoom 1. And then let me add some zoom as well. Maybe, I don't know. Now that I'm seeing it again, I'm like, I'm not feeling it. I'm not feeling it. So, after everything I said, I'm just like, changing my mind. Okay. Alright, let's see if I can figure it out with just doing the dissolve. That probably works. Just doing one of these dissolving. Yeah, it's like because it's like a softer. It's a softer way to introduce it, I think. Yeah. Okay, we're gonna stick with that. So then let's go ahead and we're gonna stabilize this. After all of that, we just did it ourselves. It's like a Thanos meme. Alright, so then we'll zoom in. But I think I want to zoom in even more. Let's exaggerate this a bit. And then let's make sure it's centered a bit. Ooh, I see. Okay. We'll... Oh yeah, so this is like an interesting... Like, I learned this... I forget when I first learned this. Some of it could just be like, you will have an intuition about it, just because when you look at a photo, and you're like, something seems off. Because like generally speaking, you're like, oh yeah, you should, let's say in this case, you want the horse to be centered. But then if you don't really have a perfectly aligned photo, like in this case, the horse is... There's a lot more gap between the center horse and the horse on the right versus the one on the left is closer. So then if you really follow by the letter of the law kind of a thing, and you try to put the horse right in the center, you kind of intuitively feel like something's off. One, because you're cropping off now a bit of the horse there. There's a lot of negative space, or this kind of empty space that appears off to the left. So even though technically, yes, you might have somewhat centered the center horse properly, the image doesn't feel centered. And so yeah, it's just something, I wish someone had taught me it, but generally, yeah, you just have to look at the overall canvas and figure out, you just have to eyeball sometimes, like what is a proper balanced weight, where it's like, okay, yes, there's a lot of empty space here off to the right, but then there's a decent amount of empty space off to the top left, and so they kind of maybe balance it out. So if I don't make the center horse properly centered, if we shift it more to the left, give some space for the horse on the right, yeah, there's like a whole bunch of just gut feeling type thing. But yeah, so in this case, I think this is probably okay to keep the horse roughly around here as we zoom in. And then let's try to stabilize it a bit more. Okay, and then we do a little bit of a fade to black as usual. And then we get to the very, very end of our chapter. So yeah, okay, let's check it out from here now. So maybe from here, we'll start from here to get a bit of the adrenaline vibe first, see how it transitions over to the softer moment, and then let's see if we've improved it at all. So let's just full screen this guy. That's going to annoy me, so let me just take care of this now. Let's just reduce those audio. These one we probably need to reduce as well. Let me just listen.
Take a look inside the gate.
Staying here. This is the next door last night.
Take a look.
We probably don't want much audio. I think I want a very, very low audio for this, because we'll be doing some voiceover anyways. Just like barely audible. Okay. Let's try it from here. Love it. All right. I'm happy with this. All right. Actually turned out much better than I think I was setting myself up to thinking it would be. But yeah, timing was good. There's a few more shots than I thought that was pretty cinematic. I noticed a few things that I didn't before. So like for instance, I think this turned out nicely where, one second. I think this part where we had this shot here as it zooms in on her face, or yak number 1, and then yak number 2 also is looking at the camera. So it's a nice little quick transition of like something stays the same from one clip to the next. In this case, the fact that they both start by looking at the camera, or yeah, how it connects. So I thought that was nice. The slow motion elements look like this actually turned out really nice. I'm glad we went with the zoom out approach. And then seeing how quickly the background, you know, like seeing the motion, like the motion in front of them or behind them, I guess, was pretty cool. And then this yak shot is really nice. So one thought I had was like, okay, I probably shouldn't do this, but I might play with this video just a bit to see if I can synchronize the paw hitting the ground with the music. Again, this is like a little bit of like OCD that you're witnessing here, but let's just see. It's like not too bad from there. How would it look if we extend it? Yeah, it's better. So let me just restabilize the footage. We're gonna have to reset the zoom effect, but we went to 1.27. Okay, let me reset this. Should I do it? No, we're okay. Actually, though, I do wanna. Oh, that's all we got. Okay, fair enough. Fair enough. Alright, so let's do 1.27. Oh, and I forgot to add a keyframe at the beginning such that it starts at 1. So now we get a zoom. Okay, one thing I'll try on this one. Let's see if we can actually... What if we zoom in quite significantly, starting off with the horse on the right, and zoom all the way out by the end of it. So what if we do that? I like it. We've made some good progress. I think this is good. I like it. I like it. So then we got to figure out the final song, which will be fun. So let me go to the media pool. Now we got to find ending type songs, yeah? Alright, so let's listen to the lens distortion songs first and then see if anything hits. But yeah. Let's turn down the audio. Actually, I have a better idea. I was meaning to do this last time too. So what I'm gonna do here is I'm gonna reset my... How do I do that? If I create a new... I'm gonna quit VLC. I'm gonna open VLC again. Alright. Now if I take my folder, let's go to audio, soundtracks. We'll start dragging some soundtracks in here. Alright, so basically we're going to do a lot of research now on the final soundtrack. I just threw in all soundtracks that I have across, well not all of them, but across the 3 platforms that I use, which is Epidemic Sounds, Artlist, and Lens Distortions. And the reason I'm doing this Actually, this is probably a bad idea, but should I proceed with it? Okay, forget my amazing idea. I think I realize why I like it this way. Okay, we'll stick with this way, because I forgot that by doing it this way, where if I play the music from the actual DaVinci, then as I listen to each song, I am technically putting it into certain folders, which will be helpful for episode 2, 3, and beyond. So yeah, we're gonna stick to this. Fine. All right, let's listen. But we're doing the same action or the activity, which is I want to listen to each soundtrack, get a feel for the mood, and put it into the right folders. And right now, the mood that we're looking for is probably under melancholy, or we might even just call it like yeah, we'll see if we can come up with a name, but it's like for all the kind of finale songs. So something like this feels like a finale song. Because I need a soundtrack that fits for the dead horse, but then also I can from there segue into showing like my montage of like photos for this episode. So this one actually works quite nicely. Okay, we got kind of lucky because I think that song actually works really well. So, did I drag it into the right chapter? Oh no, I didn't, but we will in a second. It's called Horizons. Cool, cool. All right, we got very, very lucky because then, well, I mean, we'll listen to the other songs as well, obviously, because I do want to pull from Melancholy. I think that's probably the right one. Probably not this one. So I think Horizons right now is the potential winner. But yeah, I hear some meowing and I need to feed my cats. So give me like what, maybe 2 minutes, something like that. And also I do need to take a break. We made good progress where we finalized this entire section here. So really we only have figuring out how to fit a dead horse into the story. And I also need to drag in some of the top photos that we've taken that cover this section. And then with the soundtrack, boom, we're technically done with all the clips. Then we need to work on, you know, colorizing all the clips. So like, let's figure out the final color grading. I need to work on the script. So I think what we'll do next is I'll actually start talking to ChatGPT. I'll show it on screen. I'll throw in the entire, like, okay, here's the mood, here's what I'm looking for, here's what I got written so far. Let's see what ChatGPT throws back my way. And then we'll try to refine the script by the end of tonight, hopefully. Which means then tomorrow off stream, I'm going to record all the voiceovers so that when I start the stream, we can actually drag in all of my audio, like my voice recordings. So then we can start playing around with it, putting it into all the key sections. That might be a bit embarrassing, to be honest, because the past few times I've done it, I have like maybe, I might do like 10 takes over the same exact portion because I'm misspeaking, my voice cracks, something or other, and I just let it record, and then I'm like, okay, I'll put it into the timeline and I'll figure out which sections are usable. So yeah, we'll see. Maybe, yeah, might not be the most flattering of me, but yeah, so then we'll do the voice recording stuff tomorrow. So then once we insert all of the voiceovers into this, then we can really test out how the audio levels are. That will probably be the either the final step or almost the final step, where with the voiceovers added in, plus the soundtrack, plus the natural sounds from the videos, and then plus sound effects. I do want to get more, I want to get better at how to employ sound effects into my videos. Both like sound effects that are more natural sounds, so like maybe the sound of wind or whatever else, as well as some of the crazier sound effects, let's say. So that will be something we'll work on as one of the final steps. The example I give is from the trailer, where I do think it'd be fun to try. I should have some sound effects for like wind sound, so I wouldn't mind starting off this video with a bit of wind and also a little, like a light thundering of hooves on the ground. Hooves. So then it kind of like mimics the galloping of the horses, and then maybe gradually increasing that as you see the horses coming closer to us. So then here, this soundtrack, imagine again a bit more of the wind sound and like a that kind of thing. Same thing here, maybe some wind. So yeah, those kind of things I want to do a once over across the entire video and just make sure everything feels tight. Everything should feel like, yeah, like we've thought through every single pixel, every single second, everything is in its place. That would be ideal. So yeah, those steps for sure. And then what comes after? Then I need to create the subtitles. So I'll create some subtitle layer. Yeah, and then we might spend some time on stream watching other videos on YouTube of like other travel filmmakers, get inspired by the people who are best at what they do. So hopefully by watching some of those videos, there will be a number of ideas that pop into my mind, or you guys might give suggestions as well. So that will be a nice way to kind of start to add one extra layer of making this feel even better and better and better. And the best way is look at what the best people have done. So we'll look at some good examples. And by that point, I think we should be good. So really, I'm giving myself maybe 2 to 3 more days to actually think that the video is done, like it's completed. Yeah, because one of the thoughts I have is like this entire trailer, we applied a different type of color grading where we kind of removed some of the saturation. We kept a little bit more of like this monochrome look, but it turned out really cool. And so the question is, does it continue to look cool if we apply it in all the other normal moments, or is it meant more for the trailer? I don't know. So we're gonna learn together. We have enough content here. Ow, Nala, watch out! I gotta trim her nails. Jeez. But yeah. So then, where are we on timing? So right here we're at 15 minutes, roughly speaking. So once we add in maybe 30 more seconds of the dead horse with a kind of a final messaging type voiceover, and then maybe like 1 minute of photo montage. So then, yeah, we'll be roughly at like 16.5 minutes, let's say. Perfect, which means that, yes, we didn't hit our 15-minute mark, but we're under the 18-minute mark that I was like, that was like the next level of like, okay, can we reach something less than that? And so if we get it to 17, that's brilliant. And I do feel like at this point there's not much I feel is worth trimming. Like I do think that the duration, the length of this video, everything has its place. Because a lot of what we did is we synchronized to different soundtracks. So the beauty of doing that is obviously the soundtrack is a story in it of itself. You know, if we choose a good song, the song has a beginning, middle, and end, or whatever. You know, it's got key points to the song, and then it has finales and everything. So if we can tie our story to the songs, then I don't feel like, even if we use multiple songs, then each section feels cohesive, it feels complete. And I think we did a good job. Yeah, I think we did a good job with that. There probably are some areas like here without soundtracks that maybe we can cut a bit more if we need to. We'll see once we get the final voiceover script completed. But yeah, all right, let me just feed my cats. My Nala just man, she just scratched my back, so I'm getting the signs that I need to feed them. But yeah, so just give me like 2 minutes. I did mention this before, and I'll keep mentioning it because I'm assuming, you know, it's always good to explain. As I decided to become a streamer, there's a lot of different elements that I wanted to kind of perfect. Perfect is a strong word, but I wanted to mask over potential, what would be the word? Not inefficiencies. I wanted to mask over the fact that I'm going to be really bad as a streamer, and I'll be making a lot of mistakes. It was just like uncharted territory for me in terms of, can I actually make it speaking into a camera for long periods of time, and even just trying to be entertaining. So to kind of mask over some of the inadequacies of me in that moment, I spent a lot of time trying to figure out how can I make other parts really, really nice and polished. So hence why if you ever tune in at the beginning of my stream, I do have a video that I created that's kind of like my starting soon video, and it's a montage of some of the best travel moments that I've been on in the past couple years. And so that just ends up being a nice little video to hopefully make it feel more professional. The other thing that I worked on was a scene that I created for when I have to be right back. So that is what I'm going to play just so I can feed my cats. It'll leave you with some of my best clips that I've shared across YouTube mostly. So it is a way to promote my YouTube channel, but you'll see it. I created it in a nice little way, and each time it shuffles to different videos at the end of each one. So every time I go away, hopefully it'll be a little bit of a nice little movie session. So anyways, let me play it now so you can see it, but I will be right back in just a couple minutes. But yeah, thanks. Quick gear rundown. I was shooting with a Nikon Z9 paired with a massive 600mm f4S lens, and a Nikon Z8 with the Plana 135 f1.8 lens. We had our first glimpse of the ghost cat moving along a mountain ridge, and even from afar, it felt special. In a show of bravery I will never possess, a few locals chose to pave their own path in light of the traffic jam caused by us tourists and a couple of lions. Did I mention the part about a couple of lions in the way? Well, that didn't seem to faze any of them, but I will say the biggest cojones award, it actually goes to these two brave souls who strolled right past the king and queen of the jungle as if challenging them for the throne. Now, thankfully, no such battle occurred this day, but shout out to those two for collectively raising the heart rates of all of us tourists that were there. And that wraps up the first episode of our journey through Uganda. All right, we are back. Whew, I feel rejuvenated. I was able to do 10 pull-ups and 10 air squats. So that's like, that's my poor excuse of working out on these days when I'm just like sitting in front of a computer for 9 hours or whatever. That is one thing I've been struggling with when it comes to, not even about like streaming, but just in the past year when I'm not traveling, it's been tough to like balance out going to the gym, unfortunately. Because I just feel like I'm always so busy. Like when I'm home, I'm like, there's always like 10,000 things I need to get done. And a lot of it just takes a lot of time. So anytime I'm thinking like, do I just go to the gym, or I end up cutting it out of my priorities, which is really, really bad. I do think it's probably something everyone should prioritize as like number one is your health. But I don't practice what I preach right now. So thankfully my Asian metabolism and my Asian genes are still, you know, they're still performing. They're outperforming. They're punching above their weight. So it's allowing me to act like I'm still fit. But yeah, I haven't touched the gym in over a year. I do have my own like kind of home gym set up, and I have been trying to put some of that into my like day-to-day routine. But yeah. So I figured that was one thing, is like, hey, if I can be reminded to take breaks during my stream, anytime I have to go away from the computer, I'll try to do a few pull-ups. I got some air squats. I got a dumbbell. I'll do that next time. But yeah, my cats are happy, I believe. They should be well fed. Okay, I take that back. I'm not sure what's going on with Nala. She's just been... What do you want, Nala? Say it to the mic. What do you want to say? Yeah. All right, anyways, so I'm feeling good. That break actually gave me the energy boost I needed. And also because I feel like we got lucky with the music that we needed to select. So let me just switch over again. Where were we? We were listening to music. Let me listen to some of the other ones. But I think Horizon, this is our best bet right now. It's like a nice, like soft, slightly somber, but has a finality to the soundtrack where I can almost see where after I give a little bit of voiceover, explain how poor that dead horse is, and then I'll be like, anyways, check out some photos. But anyways, let's listen to a few others. Did we listen to this one? This one could work as well. It's only a minute. It's less than 2 minutes. Okay, that's not bad. Let me listen from here, actually. So this is, imagine this is the dead horse part, right? So it should feel a little bit sad. And then all of a sudden, kind of picks up a little bit more upbeat or positive. And this is the part where the horse gets dragged away. And then I give some little bit of a voiceover where I say, anyways, here's my photos. Not really, but then yeah, here we can transition over into, and that's the end of the episode. I hope you enjoyed it. Check out these photos. Yep. Okay, I think this one actually might be better. So for instance, let's see. Let's find a way to make this work. Wait a second. Wait, is it the actual... Are they in the same key? Is that how I say it? My music theory is trash. But I feel like they were actually in the same key, right? Am I just making this up? Let me hear. It's like a duh. Let me see. Oh my god, this song was meant, these two songs were meant for each other. Oh, that's a great moment. So completely happenstance, but now we have to make this work. Perfect. Sorry, I get like nerdy or giddy about random things, but that is actually, yeah, I mean, this is what I hope for all my videos. And anytime I'm using soundtracks, it's like if I have two soundtracks that have to play one after the other, ideally you can have it so it feels like one blends in with the next. And not only do these two blend in by being the literal same key that plays as one ends and the other begins, but they also keep similar vibes where this next song feels like it should come after this one, where it's still a bit somber, but has a finality to it. Boom! I'm feeling good. Okay, so with that in mind, I'm gonna now have to start figuring out how to cut this thing up so it doesn't take too much time, because now we do have another goal, which is we need to end it basically before here, because then when this next verse kicks in, that's when the photos that I've taken will pop in. So it'll be like from here, and then here is where we do our final photo highlights, final message about like, hey, make sure to like, subscribe, and all that on my YouTube. And I'll see you in episode 2, where we get drunk with the Eagle Hunters. So it'll be a little teaser of what we're gonna do in the next one. And it ends at 60. Oh my god! See, the stars are aligning in this on today at least. What did I say? I was like, oh my god. Okay, if you rewind a little bit before I took the break, I did say, okay, I think the dead horse section will be like maybe roughly 30 seconds or so, and then maybe I can have like 1 minute for the photo montage. So episode, you know, blah blah blah, you do all your math calculations. Like, okay, I think that means I should be able to end the video at roughly 16 minutes and 30 seconds. And where are we? Right here, 16 minutes and 30 seconds. Boom, on the money. Not really though, because there's a section somewhere here where I think I will have to add some freeze frames. So we will end up going beyond 1630 most likely, but you get the point. I feel like the things are working out right now. We picked the right music. We've ended the last chapter section, and now we're just doing the finale. So hells yeah. All right. Feeling good, feeling good. So let me just put some background music, because now we just got to cut some clips together. Playback, random, cool. And I'm going to play the music at a little bit faster speed, just for my own sake. All right. So we said we have to end it by here. Just keep up. Good boy. High five. I'll take it. All right. So I think we said we need to end it around here. Maybe after that. Boom. Okay. Let's put a little marker. Okay, so this one comes later. So I think I just want a close-up of the dead horse first. Then we'll see some of the clips where we see him like attaching the ropes and all that. So something like this. Let's find the right section though. I think I want to start with a close-up, and then we switch to a little bit of wide angle like this. That's probably all we need from that. Maybe I'll do close-up, then jump to this, then do the wide. Yeah, okay. So just from this section, let's reduce the speed to 40%. So there's a world where I might even start it here. Whoops. So it could be something like that. let's see if this works. Because then I want a shot like this, where you see him tying the ropes up and whatnot. Is this all of them? Alright, so this is all the clips that we have to use. So I have to be a little bit better about managing the clips. So obviously I want to use that section just because it is pretty intense. So let's see, where do we start that from? So roughly around here. R.I.P. He went down swinging, this one. Okay, so let's say this section we want to use somewhere. Coming up, and then... maybe just a few moments here as a little transition. And then this is the final shot. As it gets dragged away. So something like this. And then we'll kind of like fade to black as he valiantly goes to his final resting spot. And the question is, how much of this do I use? Probably just like, maybe even just up to there. Because then once I lift the camera up, it might be too much. So I think like roughly here is fine. And we'll be fading to black anyways. Okay, so then... oh yeah, so this shot makes sense to use. So some portion of that in the beginning. Alright, so let's check a look. then we need it to all fit inside of okay, so we have to be a little bit faster with the clip, so this part's fine. Alright, we're just trying to cut these up so it fits within the time I have allotted for it, which is basically where this blue marker is. We got to get it all to fit inside of there, so. Timing wise, it almost works out. And then that means we probably can't use this one, but then we can end it with that. So let's see. I think we're almost there. I think, oh yeah, we're almost there. So see it from a distance, close up. See the rope, tying the rope, got the van, and then here I might just need to have it start a bit sooner. Alright, I think we figured it out. And then this one we might, let's see, we can start roughly right when it starts. And we can do slow motion on this one. So we'll do 40%. So that way you can stretch all the way to the start of the next clip. And then we start fading it to black as we go. Boom. And then here's where we do our little photo montage. And we're done. Ish. Okay, so let's take another look. Let's time this one a little bit better. Almost. There we go. For some reason, I wanted the door closing sound to sync with the music. I'm not sure why, but let's see. Yeah, it's good. And then fade to black. And I might actually have it end a little bit sooner. So then it'll be a little bit of a moment of black, and then the photo montage kicks in roughly there. Cool, cool, alright. Can you believe it, guys? We've made such good progress. We can say that by the end of tonight, we have officially finished the entire video in terms of all of the clips. The only thing missing right now is I need to drag in some of the photos that we took that are pertinent to this chapter. Alright, so as usual, let's go clip by clip and stabilize the shots, do what we need to. This one I kind of don't mind just leaving it without any zoom and just letting it kind of sit in the distance for a while, because we're about to get a jump scare anyways, so just let it sit there. And then here, not much is needed. Then this one, I think we will, let's add a bit of zoom on this one, just a little bit. Same with this one, I think, maybe. Oh, forgot to add the keyframes. That looked a little weird for some reason. I think I just need to use a different portion of this So what if we start it at here? Possibly. All right, let me stabilize. I might just leave it. There's something a little bit, something about it was off. I'm not sure what. Maybe we'll just use a different section. So what if we use this section here? I think I like this angle, but I felt like the shot was a little bit shaky, even with the stabilization. So let's see if we can find a different section. All right, let's try here. I probably just made it worse, but let's go ahead and zoom in and see what happens. Okay, we'll just leave it as is. I don't have a good answer, but there's something about that where I felt like it's a bit choppy, but... Alright, so this one... just need a slight bit of stabilization. Same thing. I think these ones, I'm okay not doing any kind of zoom or stuff like that, because now we kind of want the full frame, because now we're seeing there's a lot of action going on, right? It's not just a single subject that we're zooming in on. We've got Ardoc over here, we got the van, we got the gate and the horse. So same thing with this shot. So no zoom here, I just want to stabilize it a bit. All right. Okay, now out of just curiosity, I'm wondering if I add a zoom out effect. So while the horse is being dragged away from me, if I start zoomed in and I'm zooming out away from the horse, would that make it feel cooler? Or I don't know, I've never tried it. So let's imagine if I create a keyframe here and a keyframe at the end. But the keyframe in the front, we're actually going to start zoomed in. And we're also going to maybe shift it to the left a bit. Alright, let's see. I kind of like it. It's very subtle, obviously, but... I like it. I like it. Boom. All right. Progress. Okay, so let's start it from a ways back just to kind of get a, now we're going to get a good mood check from the past few chapters. So let's start from here.
It's like a baby.
Russian band, Eagle Hunters down there, and our photographer, Yabel. Hi, how are you?
Cold.
Cold, yeah?
One thing I'm gonna do, I think I'm gonna zoom in on this guy. This guy. I'm gonna zoom in on me a little bit more heavily, just to make it feel more dramatic. Like straight up zooming in. Okay, we'll see how that looks. There will be voiceover here, so it's not like just showing me, but dialogue about, well, wasn't that crazy, guys? What fun adventures we had. Boom, boom, boom. We got snow. We got more snow. But guess what? We got more snow. And then blah, blah, blah. And then let's see what happens. Boom. Perfect. And then let's throw in some photos there. I'm just going to zoom in a bit more, actually. I kind of like that effect. I'm going to keep this in mind for the future as well. That apparently zooming out as the subject is going away, so pulling back in the opposite direction can make it look cool. All right. And how much time do I have? 15:50. Yeah. So, guys, we're almost done. Now it's just photo time. So, let's see. I need to synchronize a bit in terms of figuring out which photos belong in this chapter and which ones we'll save for another day. So, let's do... Well, I guess I can export all of these and then start putting it into chapters later. I think this photo will come at the end as a nice little kind of farewell of Ardok. This could technically work now. But I'm also mindful I don't have a lot of photos to spread around. So we might have to edit a few more photos. Let's go... where do we need to go? We gotta go to 2024. Alright, let's start editing a few more photos now. Oh yeah, we didn't add any of the camel shots, did we? Alright, let's drag this one in. What else? What else? Maybe some nature shots. Nah, I don't like it. I do like these camels though, so let's find some good framings. Definitely one of these. Let me drag this one in here. So these are photos that I'd edited a long time ago. So part of me just wants to keep it as I edited it, but also it'd be nice to try editing it now. See if my style's changed. Let's bring this guy in. So basically at this point, as we're coming to a close on episode 1, I want to start just making sure I've got all of the proper photos that relate to episode 1's journey, and then any of those photos that take place from what we saw, like this shot here, I want to make sure I bring it in because we'll put it as part of our photo highlights. So I'm just looking chronologically and seeing all the photos I have so I don't miss anything. So now looking at the next day, we got one shot here we can work with. Definitely one of these guys. Let's see which one. Maybe one of these. Yeah, let's do one of these. Alright, that means we're going to do a photo editing session today, which I'm down for. We've been spending so much time doing all the video stuff. Definitely this one. This is a good one. I think we're good. Okay, what else? We edited these way back when. We'd already selected one of these guys. Let's bring this guy. Yeah, we got some good photos. The problem is, like, on this trip, I took like 1,000 photos of the same shot, you know? So even though it's like, yeah, I did technically take a lot of photos on this trip, if it's like, for instance, I took 1,000 photos of this eagle hunter charging towards me, it means like I might end up only using a few shots of the entire section. So it's a little misleading. Alright, let's jump in ahead. Let's continue. That's a cool frame. So basically, I'm just looking to see framing, I want to see if there's any interesting poses coming from the eagle. Basically all three subjects. Ideally with the eagle you have the wings spread out. With the horse, even like one of these kind of side poses, and also seeing if it's galloping and the positioning of its feet. So we edited this one already. This should already be in there, just in case. Yep. We mentioned one of the problems here is that the wings started getting cut off, so. Alright, sure, we'll edit one of these guys. I didn't really like the framing of this, and especially because this guy's blurry anyways. You know what, never mind, okay. I'm going back and forth on this one, let's see. I guess it could work for 16:9 like this. Alright, fine. Fine. Now which one's better? It's a bit blurry. That's cool. It's got potential. Oh, this is a better, that's a better silhouette though. So this one I remember the lens was foggy, or there was something wrong like with the humidity, so the shot ended up being very, very soft, which is unfortunate in some ways because like if I had this sharp it's a cool pose, but in some ways I kind of like how it looks, this weird like soft edge to it. So we can almost be like, you know what, we did this intentionally, we're gonna edit that one. Alright, here the only problem is it looks like I didn't get a shot where they both had the eagles raised up. And I don't know, it may look a little bit weird. In my mind, I don't like it as much when only one of them has it raised. Alright, we'll keep this one. Let's work on one of these close-ups of this dude. Let's do this one. That's cool. Cropped and everything, but the background actually looks pretty nice. It's like a pretty soft texture to it with the lines. So let's see. We'll go with this one. Actually, this one might be better because his foot isn't cut off, so that's good. I just don't like the background though, just like that pure white background. So yeah, like I prefer these things obviously. So let's see. That's cool. I kind of even like that. I like this one too, even though it's cropped. Actually, the problem is if I do this in 16:9. Yeah, so we won't use this one. But maybe this one. Yeah, we'll do this one. Boom. What's up, AFK NVM? AFK, never mind. I think you sent me some video. I'll check it out later. I'm very not skeptical. I'm very nervous with YouTube clips. The other day we were having a fun conversation on stream, and unfortunately I got copyright struck. So and you know, the guy Maple, he's just like, oh, don't worry about it, don't worry about it. It's an SNL skit, but he didn't know that I was multi-streaming. So then YouTube destroyed me with that one. But so are you a video editor, or what do you do? I mean, I can play it without the your student. But do you do like video editing in general, or what's your interest, I guess? No need GNG lock-in. So, do you guys make, as a student, I'm assuming you're like, do you mean like in high school or university? But either way, you're probably like, what, Gen Z? Do you guys make fun of us millennials? I'm in my early 30s. I'm trying to like make sense. I was like, okay, I get no need. GNG, so is that short for gang? And like lock in as in like just stay focused, you know, stay locked in. Am I translating properly? Gang, okay, no need gang, lock in. Man, I feel so much younger just saying it out loud. No need gang, lock in. Yeah, on the first day of my stream, we were chatting about skibbity and toilet and how somehow those two words together mean something. Gang gang. I have heard gang gang though. But yeah, you're a student. Yeah, you just started. Awesome, man. Well, listen, I do appreciate you hopping on this stream. I'm taking a bit of a pause from my video editing because I'm at the end of my next YouTube video. So we've been editing my episode 1 of my Mongolia travel series. It's from a trip from last year. I've got about 12 other trips that I need to edit. But essentially, we got to the finale. And so as part of the finale, I need to include like a photo montage. So that's why I hopped over to photo mode. So I was looking at all the photos that I took from the days that I am showing on this episode, so that I can add it there. You said gang means, oh no, something is outdated. Oh, you're saying Skibbity Toilet's outdated. Wasn't that just around recently? Do I have to like, my god, I feel like trends move at the speed of light. You're asking, do I have a YouTube channel? Absolutely, yes. You can find me everywhere at YoBellPrize. So youtube.com/YoBellPrize. If you do want to check out the kind of stuff that I work on, Instagram and YouTube are where you can get the best glimpse. Instagram is where I started as a photographer. Then I switched over to doing like Instagram Reels, TikTok, that kind of stuff. YouTube I started about a year ago. I'm a full-time travel and wildlife photographer and videographer. So not only do I travel to hopefully find amazing things to shoot with my camera, but then also I like to bring people with me. So I also run workshops, I organize trips, and I take people on wildlife safaris and all that. So I've been traveling for the past year and a half, non-stop. 2 months back, I did come back from my last trip, and now I've just been in front of the computer every day working through all of my videos. I have over 100 terabytes worth of video footages, so it is going to take me months. So I figured if I'm going to be sitting in front of the computer editing, I might as well turn on the live stream and share with people what that looks like. So I'm on day 15 of that journey. We did just hit Twitch affiliate as of yesterday, so I'm just, I need to create some emotes. I have to get the official offer from them or whatever, because I think I sent them all my tax information. But we're making progress. So right now I'm streaming on YouTube, Twitch, and Kick at the same time. I do appreciate that you are joining in. Hey, Bonnie, damn you, live my dream life. Hey, listen, I appreciate that. I'm glad that people wish to have my life. I swear it is really boring, especially when you think about what I'm doing now. When I'm traveling, it can also seem fun, and I have been traveling like anywhere from 2 weeks to 1 month every year. Every month I've been traveling anywhere from 2 weeks all the way up until the entire month I've been traveling. But it's really exhausting. And oh, you're AFK. Oh, perfect. You're AFK NVM gang. Awesome. My god. I do hope you stick around, Bonnie, because I need to learn how to talk more hip and with it. I don't know if that's still a phrase, but no, man, you think it's a dream life, but it's a lot of crazy work behind the scenes. I'm carrying around massive cameras at all times. My carry-on backpack weighs like 20 kgs. Yeah, it's intense. And then when you travel, I'm getting like 4 hours of sleep every night. You're going there, yes, to try to capture things, but it's kind of like work, but it's only enjoyable if you're passionate about it. So thankfully, I'm very passionate about it. But yeah, maybe, you know what? Listen, Bonnie, should I call you Bonnie? I think that's easier than saying AFK NVM. Here's what I'm gonna do. Since I'm assuming you just tuned in recently, and I do want to do a little palette refresher, palette cleanser. Bonnie is your name? Awesome, awesome. Well, my name's YoBell. So let me go ahead and show you the trailer that we created. So this is what we created in the first 9 days of our live stream. And since then, we've finished 8 chapters. And so now we're doing the final touches. We have probably 2 more days to go before I'm saying this video is complete. And then I'll publish it to YouTube. I'll publish different portions of it to my Instagram and TikTok and all that. So anyways, let me play the trailer for you, and hopefully you'll enjoy it. And this is a nice little teaser for my next vlog series in Mongolia. All right. And then from here, we kick off with the first chapter. And then, actually, you know what? I might as well watch it because I do need to kind of refresh myself on the progress we've made. So then this chapter 1 is a little bit of like we start off slow, right? Where I'm giving a little bit of a context of where we're going. I haven't worked on the script yet, so we do have a little bit of a script on the side, but it's not complete. So this is meant to be just the, hey, look, we're getting ready for our trip. I've landed in the main capital, Ulaanbaatar in Mongolia. I talk about how I had half a day to just kind of chill. So I explored a little bit, had some Mongolian food, and then went to sleep. So we have one more flight to get to our destination. So ignore a lot of the titles and stuff like that. We're not, those are placeholders for now. Second chapter, and AFK, Bonnie, you're saying holy shit. Hopefully that's in a good way, but I do appreciate it if you're saying it's, if it's good. The first trailer is actually fire. Hells yeah! I'm very, very happy you say so. It's a labor of love, and it did take us about 9 days of my streaming to get it finalized, and we still do have a bit more to go with it, but we do want to kind of make this quality throughout the entire video. I can't guarantee it because a lot of, like, obviously I'm pulling the best bits of the entire journey into the trailer. And some of this is very much like, you know, just setting the scene. Some of it I shot with my iPhone, not with all the professional gear, let's say. But in terms of the narrative, I'm trying to make it as tight as possible in terms of not too much unnecessary moments, synchronizing it with the music throughout, using good soundtracks, trying to make the nice moments pop. Keeping with the mood and the energy, trying to find a nice flow. So it shouldn't feel like you're always on an adrenaline rush, having moments where we taper down, cool down for a bit, then pick up the pace again. So that's what we've been spending the past 15 days, just trying to map out how to make this as exciting as possible. We're currently sitting at, probably it's going to be about 16 and a half minutes long in terms of the video. So I'm pretty happy with that. So this chapter is where we meet the crew. So yeah, I'll be pausing here. I introduce each of them. I need to add some text overlays. I have to add my voiceover. I show the camera gear that I travel with. So in this case, I travel with 2 Nikon Z9s. One of them I was borrowing from the Nikon office out here. I have a relationship with them. And then I have a Zhiyun Smooth 5S gimbal for the smartphone. I was using an Insta360 X3 as well as a GoPro for some of the action shots. But don't worry, Bonnie, we got even more fire moments. So the trailer obviously is my favorite, but then I hopefully will show you where we keep up the pace throughout. So this is still very much like, hey, we're on our way to our destination. So showing the progress as we move forward towards basically the middle of nowhere. So we go all the way, I call it the Wild Wild East. It's essentially like cowboy territory.
Like 6-7 years, you know. So after that, they release the eagle to the round for breeding. They bring another one from the,
So this is where I'm keeping track of like the scripting. So here when the audio dies down, I'll start inserting a bit of the dialogue of like, hey, so we just met Ardok, blah, blah, blah. You're asking, do you stream when you travel too? Not yet, because I've only started streaming recently, right? So I'm on day 15, and I haven't been traveling for the past couple months. But the hope was that if I'm not traveling for the rest of the year, and I can I'm planning to stream every day, unless I get sick or something. Yeah, so the plan is I'm going to catch up on all of the content that I've made in the past year and a half. I'll be a more consistent streamer. And then when I have my next trip, starting next year, so as I start traveling next year, I do plan to try to stream. The problem that I've run into is a lot of the places that I travel to, it tends to be very remote. So then, like, you know, imagine I'm on a wildlife safari in some part of Africa or in the jungles, and you don't really have good reception. So it's not necessarily the most conducive for streaming. Like, not in the streaming as you might think of, like IRL streaming, like some of the biggest guys with all the camera gear you need and the gimbals. So that's a little bit challenging, but I do have Instagram, I do have TikTok. So I did start trying a little bit of it on my past trips where I started doing live streams from the phone. The only issue I had was that the phone is very shaky when I was doing live streams from there. It doesn't like inherit the kind of stabilization when you're shooting in like anyway. So there's a few things that I want to fix. Another option I'm thinking about is getting a Starlink, and or even some of the lodges that I work with and I partner with. That might be a consideration. So let's say imagine like a Jeep safari, like, you know, in Kenya or somewhere, wherever, Zimbabwe, but then we hook up the Jeep with the Starlink and using the battery power, whatever, and then that way I can actually live stream the whole time from the Jeep. So then imagine, you know, we see a lion or an elephant's charging at us. Ideally, I should have my phone or whatever device I'm using for the live stream, and boom, you guys will be there with me. That would be the dream. That is like literally, if I can get it to that extent, then I have no concerns about saying like, hey, my streams, whether I'm at home or when I'm traveling, like I feel like, yeah, you should definitely follow my channel because I know I can guarantee some crazy experiences. So anyways, that is the goal. But for the next, what is it, like 6 months or until the rest of the year, I literally said I'm not traveling anymore. I've traveled way too much. I now need to actually go through all the content and make content like this. So that's what you're watching now. And so it's up until now, it's been, you know, it's been fun. We've been growing slowly, steadily. So, you know, as we're streaming across the 3 platforms, as I mentioned, now technically I am an affiliate. So hopefully if you keep watching, you should be able to see some custom emotes that I'm going to work on based on my wildlife trips, and then also the whole monetization element of it. So anyways, let's continue here. I'm just going to skip ahead. So this is when we go on our first adventure. So there won't be much voiceover. It'll just, I'll let the music and the video kind of do its thing. You said you really have a vision, gang. I love how you say gang. I'm gonna try to incorporate that into my language. Thanks, gang. You really have a vision, gang. You already are a good streamer. I appreciate it, man. It's, you know, listen, early days, but at the very least, I know that I can talk for hours and hours and hours to nobody or to a wall. Thankfully, we have had people every day, so it's been fun. But yeah, I at least have the energy to be a streamer, and I have the ability to be boring and be okay with it to be a streamer. Like, it takes a certain level of having a high tolerance for boredom to be able to sit in a chair for like 9 hours and not see sunlight. So yeah, for real, I was gonna say you talk with a small. Sorry, let me read that again. For real, I do know what FR is. For real, I was gonna say you talk with a small topic. I talk with a small topic. If you don't mind translating that for me a little bit more, just keep in mind I am a 30-some-odd-year-old, and our brains work a little bit slower than normal. For real, for real. No, oh my god, I was going to say on cap? No. On God, no cap. Alright.
So it's Ardak,
Yeah, Ardak and
Ayalam.
Ayaw.
Ayalam is the eagle.
Yes.
What about the horse? No, I think not.
Bonnie said, I mean, like you yap a lot about such a small topic, or like a small thread like other big streams. I'm glad you added that last portion there where you compared me to other big streams, because then everything before that, you just sound like some of my closest friends who say I ramble all the time, which is very true. So, but by adding that last phrase there, thank you very much. I'll take it as a compliment. But yeah, I can ramble and ramble. I can talk forever about any topic. And then I try my best to be mindful if there are people, especially in front of me. I try my best to be mindful that, oh, wait a second, I'm talking too much. But in a stream, capacity, this is my universe. So now I just like, I can talk as much as I want to. But yeah, by all means, let me know if I should shut up. But it's a good time. Bonnie, I'll also take this moment to introduce you to my other co-streamers. So this one's sleeping over here, but as part of my streams, I do have two little ones. This is Kimpap. He doesn't look too little right now because he just ate his meal, but he's a good boy. And then Nala is in hiding right now, but if she pops up, I'll be able to introduce her. I don't know where she is, but yeah. Yeah, Kimpap and Nala. Good boy. You said next speed gang. Don't forget me when you famous. I appreciate that. I will not. Listen, especially since we're on the early phase of my streams, I'm at a, first name basis with everyone who hops in. But yeah, you guys are all grandfathered in. As I figure out ways to, give more access, as I learn how to use Discord. I did put a link to my Discord, so we started growing that out. We're going to use it more often. It's meant for like photographers and videographers. So for instance, you said you were starting to do some video edits. I'll check out that video later. I'm mindful of not getting copyright struck. But yeah, the whole point was that also, as we build a community of creatives, it's also a place for you to be able to promote yourself, for you to also send in those videos and ask for feedback and critiques. So yeah, that's my aim, is that we can build that kind of a community. Just give me some time, because I still need to learn how to really use Discord. But if I'm doing this every day, I might as well be consistent across the board. So, all right, let me hop into some of the more epic, adventurous moments for you here. So, Bonnie, this will be the first adventure of my trip in Mongolia. So I'll give a little bit of voiceover saying like blah blah blah. We got ready and then we started our first ride out into the mountains. You want Netflix? Let me go full screen for you. You said, feels like a Netflix show? Thank you, man. I really appreciate that. That's a good compliment. At some point, I would love to like make documentaries, from wherever I travel to. And if it can go on Netflix, hells yeah. Next Speed Gang, yeah, so that's the other thing. I would love to be like iShowSpeed. He's definitely, my friends make fun of me when I say this, but he's definitely your generation's Anthony Bourdain. I stand by that. Our generation, we looked up to Anthony Bourdain. He was like a chef who basically traveled the world and created these kind of crazy, nice little documentaries. And made people want to travel, and like he would show off the best of cultures all around the world. And technically, I think iShowSpeed is doing that just to a broader audience, to a younger generation. But yeah, you said you just remembered you have exams next week. Well, man, hop to it, gang, hop to it on God. Yeah, exactly. You're like, who the F is Anthony Boredom? Oh, come on, man. You can't call him that. Anthony Bourdain. Anthony Bourdain. He's the one who unfortunately offed himself several years back. R.I.P. But he was like, everybody looked up to him because was he a chef? Actually, I don't remember. I don't know exactly what he used to do, but basically he would travel the world, and with the theme of like mainly just like wanting to try cultural food wherever he goes. So with that as like the kind of underlying reason, he would then be able to explore all parts of the world, and they would always document in such a cool way. But yeah, he was just like he's a cool dude. Like I said, he is your speed just for my generation. Actually, for the older generation beyond me as well. I think he was like in his, he's probably like in his mid 40s. No, he must be like in his 50s when he died. So, but yeah, man, get to your exams. Listen, anytime you have to hop off, by all means. Today's kind of a quiet day. I'm learning as I go about like the weekends and stream times and stuff. But yeah, I'll be streaming every day. I think technically I'm over the stream time. I was supposed to be streaming until 10 p.m. my time. It's now 11 p.m. my time. I live in Dubai, just as an FYI. I'm from the States originally, but I moved out here like 7 years ago or so through a corporate job. But then, like I was saying, in the past 2 years now, I've been out of corporate. I've been doing this full time and trying to make this work as much as possible. It is my passion. So yeah, streaming is just the new frontier for me. So I'll be streaming at the same time as I'll be editing videos for my YouTube channel. So it's kind of like a kill two birds situation here. But yeah, and definitely join that Discord. Hop in whenever. I can yap and yap. So if you need someone to keep you awake for your exams, then turn on my stream. You'll just hear my voice constantly droning on about any other topic. I got you. See, I'm getting the lingo. Oh, for show, right? That's what FS stands for, I'm assuming. Oh, for show. I'll come back later. Yeah. Yeah, and I'll take lessons from you on how to be not old. But yeah, good luck on your stream. I'll probably be streaming for another 30 minutes to an hour, maybe. I have the energy for it, and I do want to wrap up some parts of this. But either way, appreciate it, man. Thank you so much, and definitely make sure to like the video. Make sure to follow me on Twitch if that's where you normally are on, and then also on YouTube. I could use the support everywhere, but yeah, I do appreciate it. All right, so where were we? So we got the final part here. Oh yeah, and then we were able to get the music spot on. That's probably in the top. That could be top 10 for me in terms of this whole video editing process of like the nice aha moment. Bonnie said FS equals for sure. For sure. I already know that. Listen, I know. I'm young and hip. But yeah, getting this second soundtrack to match with the first soundtrack, that was one of those 8.5 out of 10 moments in the editing. And it was like unintentional too. It was just pure luck, you know? And then I might need to turn up the volume a bit on that part. We'll see. Oh yeah, let's mute this part here. RIP. Good. I like it. I like it a lot. So now that leaves us the second half of the soundtrack for photos. That's good, that's good. So let's get back to the editing process. I just want to be able to feel like I have all the photos, potential photos, in one place, so that I don't miss anything either. So these guys are already in there. I think we edited, which ones of these did we edit? This could be a problem. We don't have enough space. Okay, let's see if we can find one of these shots from a little bit more of a distance so that I can shoot at 16:9. Perfect. All right. Okay, we'll bring this one in. Actually, I think I like this shot better though. Man, I also need to update my my audio playlist. Until someone tells me the exact instructions on how I can play copyright-free music like effectively, I'm just gonna avoid it all. Because at one point I opened up YouTube, and YouTube has like this whole playlist of copyright-free music, and so I thought I was okay, and then I got copyright struck from playing their music. Like, what the F, man? And like I can't be bothered to try to reach out to YouTube and make sure that doesn't happen again. So at this point, I've been burnt too many times. I'm just gonna play from this what I've got. All right, let's drag that in here. All right, give me a moment. I need to turn on the AC a bit more. I feel like it's getting hotter even though it's nighttime here. One moment. Un momento. Alright, I'm also gonna take the headphone off because that can be uncomfortable and also heats me up anyways. So now we're just gonna go freeballing it. Okay, I think we got the potential shot from this already. Let me make sure, did I drag it in properly? All right. All right, let's move to the next day. I'm Riot 3, W Gang. Oh my god, we got another... Is that another Gen Z in the house that I can learn from? My vocabulary only goes to... Apparently I went from skibbity toilet to now that's already too old. So I need to refresh myself. But I do know gang gang at least. W. I do know you guys say W a lot. Or there's like a WL community. I've heard that phrase. We're getting there. What's up? I'm Riot. How are you doing? You're just catching. You said what? No. Skibbity toilet gang. That's brain rot. I do know brain rot. I say brain rot occasionally. L. Yeah, I know how to say L. I get that part. L Riz. I know to avoid that. Wait, no, is that right? L Riz? Yeah. I don't want to have L Riz. I want W Riz. LOL fire. Fire? Yeah. Wait, you guys say fire? That's our language. You guys are co-opting that. We used to say that's lit. Do you guys say lit? Is that a thing? We used to say dope all the time. That's so dope. Rad, lit. Aura gang. Yeah. I know that one. Or I hate that word though. Aura farming. I get that one. Man, I'm like de-aging myself just by talking to you guys. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. I may look young for my age because of my Asian genes, but yeah. I'm an old man. For real, you built oh my god, I can't even like say it properly. Bonnie said you're distracting me from studies. My bad. I can't help my aura, gang. Be so attracting, you know? I'm right, you said you look 17? Hells yeah. I prefer if you said 18. No, or like 21 so I can drink, but it's just an Asian thing, man. We age very, very slowly. We'll look the same until the age of like 65, 70, and then at that point, your whole body just like shrivels like a prune and you get fully wrinkled and stuff. It's just an Asian thing, man. You know, what can I say? For real, yeah. Okay, I'm gonna try saying what you said again, but I'm gonna try to say it without stuttering or saying it incorrectly. For real, you built diff, gang. That's like a tongue twister for me. That's just how alien your language is. For real, you built diff. For real, you built diff, gang. In US, we drink before 16. Yeah. I mean, listen, I'm from the States. Don't get me wrong. I live in Dubai now, but I grew up in the States. I went to school. I grew up in the Southwest. I went to school in the Midwest, and then I worked from the Bay Area, and now I'm all the way in the Mid-East of Dubai. So I get the whole drinking culture. Don't get, you know, listen, I'm not a, do you guys use the word straight edge? Ooh. Straight edge. Do you guys know that one? No one catches. No one catches. Oh, no one catches you when you're drinking. Gotcha. Dubai lit. No taxes. Yes, fire. Well, no, it's not exactly true. As an American citizen, I still get taxed, just not at the same rate. So I'll give you an example. Back when I was living in San Francisco, I think I was being taxed probably like 30 to 40%, mid 30s to maybe like 40 something percent. Whereas in Dubai, I think you can make like twice the income and then still pay like 5% of rent or whatever, or not rent, 5% of your income or so for like taxes. 5 to 10, let's say, something in that ballpark. So yeah, in that sense, you can save a lot of money. I did not save a lot of, I guess I did save money enough that I'm not doing corporate right now, but I'm burning through the money because I'm doing this now. But yeah, I saved a bit, but I spent a lot on all my camera gears, so it was a nice little delicate balance. Lock the F in. I don't know if I can curse yet, so I'm trying my best not to. It is killing me. Gooning. I know all about gooning and shit. I said I wasn't gonna curse. Gooning and edging. Yeah. I know all about that. I'm all about that life. Oh wait, no, I gotta catch up on what you guys said. For real, we edge. But do you guys actually say straight edge, or is that just oh, okay, I'm like catching up backwards. You guys edge. I got you. So you guys have even stolen half of our word straight edge to make it into your own edging and gooning thing. Damn. I swear, your generation's so greedy. You guys are stealing our words, turning it into whatever you want. Oh, hell nah. Gooning crazy, bro. Lock the F in. Damn, you only have income tax. Yeah. Oh, no. There is... Yeah, so me as an American citizen, I still have to pay some federal tax, but in Dubai you don't get taxed. Your income is not taxed. You have a bit of sales tax, but even that's not too much. They call it VAT, value added tax. I believe it's like 5% of all purchases. I could be wrong. Or do you get property taxes? I don't have property here, man. I have a place back in the States, but here I just rent. So, and that's the other cool thing about Dubai. I think when you compare it to San Francisco, New York City, possibly Miami, maybe, rent is crazy expensive. It's insane. You guys end up paying, I say you guys, but you know, I used to pay like a crazy amount of money for a space that is basically as big as a closet. And you just justify it because like, yeah, well, I'm in San Francisco, or like I'm in New York City. This is the center of the world. Like, so I have to pay whatever. That's where all the jobs are. That's where all the hip culture is, right? And then anyways, I moved to Dubai like 7 years back. I'm very, very glad I did at the time. But you realize you end up paying half the rent for twice the space at 5 times the quality. These are all like brand new buildings. They're always building new buildings, so the rent actually goes down. So like for the same units, at one point I was paying probably like, let's call it like $2,300 a month, and then by the time of the pandemic, I think I was paying like $1,600 a month for the exact same unit, right? So like rent can fluctuate quite significantly, and it oftentimes goes down because they're building more supply than there is demand. So that's some economics 101 lesson for you guys. 5 is really low, bro. 5, was that about the sales tax, I think? How much AED do you have, rent? Oh, okay. I think I answered it for you at that point. Puri? What is puri? Is that like an Indian dish? Puri puri? What am I thinking of? Or is this another slang that I need to learn about? Or are you just saying poor? Okay. There's so many directions because I just don't know. I'm not in it. But yeah, listen, I always try to give this advice. Oh, you live near Menlo Park in SF. Nice, nice. I used to work roughly around there. So when I was in SF, I lived here, let me go full cam for a bit since we're in chat mode. I started off in Hayes Valley. Hayes Valley was where I was for the first year, I believe. And then I ended up living with 5 other people. We found this house on top of Russian Hill. It was like a brand new house. Like they renovated everything, but then they squeezed in 6 rooms by like chopping some of the rooms in half. So I wasn't kidding. I was like living in like basically the size of this space I'm in now. You had space for the bed, 1 bookshelf like this, and that was it, and space for the door to open. And I was paying like, at the time, I think it was like $1,100 a month, something like that. Which was like, that's like dirt cheap, and it's a rent controlled spot, so it was like, oh man, we're never moving out. It was a really good time, top of Russian Hill. Yeah, a lot of fun memories with like, you know, and all my roommates were great. I don't know, you said no way puri. I still don't know what that means. Do I need to like ask ChatGPT? And then I'm right, you're saying you fine, Myre. Oh god, I need to have like Google Translate or any one of those glasses that will translate for me. You fine, Myre? Am I right? Is that what Myre? I'm gonna stop trying to repeat it. But yeah, SF was good times, man. I don't know how it's been. I haven't been back in a number of years. I know during COVID it seemed like all hell was breaking loose in San Francisco. As an Asian guy, I was like, man, I don't know if I want to go back there. It seemed like that was like when everyone was talking about all the Asian people, always it was like elderly Asian men and women just getting like beaten up on the streets. I was like, damn. Yeah, social media is a little bit crazy. It can make you think the world is on fire. Yes, you're right. No, puri means fire. Really? In what language? In Gen Z language, or is this like an actual language? I'm gonna Google this now. Puri, translate, fire. What is it saying? The Kannada word puri. Yes, I knew this word, puri. It's an Indian word, yeah? Okay. Is that where are you Indian? Is that how you came up with that? Or is that just like a slang that's picked up everywhere? Who knows? But yeah, I always like to tell people, especially if you guys are young, don't always feel like you have. Actually, I don't know if I'm Riot. You're from San Francisco. Are you both from San Francisco, or am I mixing you guys up now? Who said you were from Menlo Park? Oh, that was Riot. Okay. So Bonnie, I don't know where you're from, but LOL, this Riot is from Kerala. You're calling yourself a Riot, dude? What is going on? Like, are you doing this on Are you guys both doing this on purpose? Like in terms of speaking non-English, Gen Z-ified English? Like every sentence you guys are saying, there's like another word I have to learn. LOL, I got that. This Riot is from Kerala, gang. I know about Kerala. I don't know about this Riot. Oh, I see. Because your name is Riot, and you're referring to... Okay, sorry, okay. It's all coming together now. I'm currently moved into Kerala. I grew up in San Francisco. Gotcha. Nice. Okay, you're in my neck of woods, essentially. I was planning to go back to India next year. I have a client of mine who I've traveled with. It's like more of a friend, really. But I say client just to sound more professional. But he's, like super good wildlife photographer as well. But he was telling me about a trip he was trying to organize to go to India end of the year. But I think my family or my mom is going to be visiting me, so no more travels. Plus, I need to do this kind of stuff. For real, Cooney. LOL. Meyer think he... God dang it. Meyer think he's slick. Oh, come to Kerala. You can visit Riot. Gotcha. Kerala. What do I know about Kerala? I have a few Indian friends or former coworkers who are from Kerala. And there's a bunch of people from Kerala that live in the same district in Dubai. And I forget the name of it. But there is like, I think like the Indian population is, I think, the largest in Dubai. It might even be as much as like 30-40% or something like that. You're working at Kerala. Gotcha. AF Bonnie, you're saying, if you reach New York City, you ping me, gang. Hells yeah. Well, I don't know. Did you say you're like 16 or I don't know how old you are. So listen, I don't want to catch, I was trying to speak your lingo. I don't want to catch no pedo allegations, all right? So if you're of age, then yeah, hells yeah, we'll grab a drink or something. I do go to New York City. Usually if I'm flying stateside, I'll fly through New York City. I just have a few more friends who live out there, so it's always good to kind of catch up with them before I continue on. Yeah, New York City's great, man. I have a newfound appreciation for it. There was a time where I thought I would never want to live there. I was very much West Coast. I loved San Francisco at the time. But now I understand the appeal of New York City. If I can instill a little bit of wisdom as a early 30s looking like a 17-year-old, something that I had an epiphany about New York City was the fact that as someone I've done a decent amount of traveling. I'm very fortunate for that. But I remember like thinking, I love traveling because you get to go to all the places around the world, see the different cultures, and kind of have experiences that hopefully broaden your horizons and, stimulate your brain in different ways. And then I was visiting my buddy in New York City like a couple years ago, and then I think we did all the drugs, right? Or whatever legal drugs are out there. We were drinking a lot. We were hopping like between bars. So everything is a little bit blurry in my memory. But I do remember this feeling of like we started off in a French bar, and then the next thing I know, I'm like blinking, and then like crazy lights, Times Square. You blink again. All of a sudden, I was in like a hole-in-the-wall Korean bar that felt like you were actually in Korea. Like everyone was Korean. There's like authentic Korean food, and like the vibes, all that was like Korean immaculate. And then I blink again, and the next thing I know, I was like getting Italian pizzas, whatever. And then you blink, and it was like this feeling of like, my God, New York City is magic. It is like, yes, you can travel all over the world, but in many ways, New York City is where all the world comes to one place. And it's like a portal. You open one door and boom, you enter one part of the world, you open another door and you enter another. So it's like, wow, that is actually the best of all the worlds is New York City. So anyways, I was very much out of my mind. So there's my little bit of a rant. What'd you say? Osama bin Laden show Iraqal. My God. What about OBL? Show Iraqali. Oh my God. Okay. I was missing out a few of you guys' chats here. You said we definitely have to catch up. Las Vegas, maybe. Nah, bro. Pangu Mudu. Pangu Mudu. Is this like you're trying to speak Korean? Because Pangu means fart in Korean. Chill. I'm right. It says LOL undaklal. Alright, now, okay, I get it. You guys are now just speaking an actual different language here. Now let me cook for real. Okay, I'm going to click on that link later on Riots. Like I said, I'm trying my best not to get myself in trouble, at least on stream. Oh yeah. Oh, sorry. I was talking to Bonnie about that, not to Riot. Because I've been copyright struck, I think 4 times out of my precious 15 days of streaming. So, and even after people assured me I will have 0 problems. But the problem is I am multi-streaming, so I guess maybe I increase the odds. Audio, bro. What's the problem with the audio? What's going on? It's an edit, gang. Oh yeah. By the way, oh, it's an audio situation. I get what you're saying. Yeah, I'll open it off stream at some point. But I'm being like more tepid nowadays in terms of I just want to make sure I'm within the guidelines. I don't do anything I'm not supposed to. And then yeah, we'll see. Wait, do you guys both know each other, or what's the situation there? Like sub and share, yeah. And do you guys are you guys streamers, or what do you guys normally do? I think Bonnie, you mentioned you are a student, but you're doing video edits on the side. And you know, listen, man, I would always say take anything I say with a grain of salt. I've only been doing video like with DaVinci Resolve. That's the program I use here. I've only been doing it for about 1.5 years, let's say, maybe 2 years. Definitely only about like since I started my YouTube journey, essentially, is when I started getting serious about learning DaVinci. And basically the only way I learn is through YouTube, Google, asking ChatGPT. So I don't have any formal training. So I always tell people this, like, you know, I'm an expert at just being myself and my experience. So maybe the way I'm doing things might not be the right way to do it. But at the very least, when I am streaming, I do my best to like talk through everything that I'm thinking about as I edit stuff. So I will give you way more information than necessary. But if you are in learning mode, and if you do think like one area of what I'm editing is, you know, useful, or you want to see how I did it, you'll probably also hear my voice as I'm saying like, oh, by the way, my thought process here is that I want to actually, with the music, as this beat goes in, I want to zoom in on this face. I started with his face, so let's go over here. So you hear like literally everything that I'm thinking about in each of these shots. So if that's useful, well, that's what my stream is for. You said this is DaVinci, bro. Absolutely. For real, for real. Yeah, on no cap, this is DaVinci. I'm right. You're saying, why don't you use Final Cut Pro? I actually started with Final Cut Pro when I started creating my Instagram Reels. But then the cameras that I use, so the one I'm using for the stream right now is a Nikon Z6 III, and I normally use a Nikon Z9. That's like the flagship camera. So when I travel with both those cameras. Both of them have the ability to capture this kind of like high resolution, high cinematic quality footages. So everything you're seeing in my video here from the very beginning, all of this was shot with my Nikon. But the way to get this, you have to film it in a certain proprietary format that only DaVinci can actually read. It's not compatible with Final Cut or the others. So can you play from the beginning, please? Yeah, absolutely. Yes, of course. I'm very happy to show you guys. Let me pause this music. All right, so this is the trailer for episode 1 of my Mongolia vlog series. Let's go ahead and hit play. And the title is gonna change. It's just like a placeholder. So we got a lot more work to go. Bonnie, you asked, wait, how did you get the bird shot? I'm glad you asked. That's why I wanted to add it in the trailer. And one of my closest friends, when I sent him the video, he asked the same thing. So it's good to know that my theory was good, that I should include that in the trailer, just because it is such a bizarre shot. So I tried to set it up a little bit by showing this shot first. So you can see here, at one point I was able to strap a GoPro to this eagle's back. So this eagle in particular, like the Arduk, who is the eagle hunter, he actually created a little like backpack for the eagle, so you can strap a GoPro on there. It worked decently, not the best because the GoPro is slightly too heavy, but I do have new camera gear that I can use that's like tinier. So maybe next time I go back, we'll try with a different camera. So then, yeah, as you can see, it was recording at the time. So then, yeah, you're just seeing a bird's eye view, literally, of the GoPro on, you know, right behind its head. But yeah. Animal abuse go crazy. Yeah. You know, even the concept of the eagle hunter can, I guess, there could be some morally questionable or like, yeah, morally ambiguous questions about like the concept of having an eagle. So basically, this tradition that they do, they will find one of the female eagles from the nest at a young age. Because the females are the ones that grow larger than the males. And so they will capture one of these eagles from the nest at a young age, then they raise it, and so then they train the eagles for the hunting. So then they hunt things in the wild using the eagles. Like the eagles will literally, they're so powerful, if they catch a rabbit or a fox, they can kill it instantly just from the pressure and the force of like when they attack with the talons. But yeah, so they train it, and then I think they said usually maybe around 7, 8, or 9 years or so that they bond with the eagle, and then they'll release the eagle afterwards. So yeah, it's one of those kind of like questionable, you're trapping a wild animal and utilizing it in some way, but it's a tradition. That's how they survived back in the day. Okay, so then you cooked the trailer. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. Yeah, it was a labor of love. It took us 9 days to complete it. So if you ever check out my YouTube, I guess on Twitch and Kick as well, you can see the VODs. But technically, if you go to maybe day 9, you should be able to see when I finally completed it. But every video you'll watch, you'll see the progress. We had an empty canvas 15 days ago. How do you FO the text? So for the text stuff, where was it? Oh, yeah, the text at the end. Where was it? This one, it was just a template that I found on Elements in Vato, and Vato Elements. And this is a good moment for me to plug myself. yobelprize.com/mygear. At any point, you should check out my website. And if you ever want to use any of my subscriptions, if you click on that link, it does help me in terms of the affiliate links and stuff. But yeah, I think there might be a link in there for Envato. I could be wrong. But Envato, I'm a big fan of them. I will purchase from there. I have a subscription, so I'll download a bunch of like templates for DaVinci, for like, everything from transition effects to like those overlays to more of the After Effect related stuff, as well as the text and fonts. You said you could have used a 360 camera. That would have been lit. Yeah. I didn't know how to fit that 360 camera on the Eagle. I just didn't have the right equipment to get it set up. And also it's a little bit too bulky because of the size of it compared to the GoPro, is a bit more like stocky and sturdy. So, but yeah, now I do. Let's see. I have like the smaller kind of camera stuff, like the Go 3. So now with the Go 3, you can just literally snap that bad boy out. And so then now it's like magnetic. So there are ways, usually when I travel now, I'll slap it onto like a magnetic necklace, or I'll clip it onto my hat. So then I can get some more of like the point of view style shots. But yeah. Anyways, anywho. You want to do the text WTF. I don't know what that means, but yes. Bro, what's your main source of income? Yeah, thank you. Bonnie already knows my life now, so I'm an open book. Yeah. So what? Yeah, in terms of my income, I had a decent corporate job. You know, no complaints. Paid the bills and all that. And like you said, living in Dubai, it does provide a certain level of living and savings potentially. But you know, my savings was burned with all my expensive hobbies and passions and traveling. But yeah, about what is it? A year and a half ago, I basically made the decision that if I want to pursue my passion, I have to go full time into it. I can't spend less time. I have to go full. So yeah, with some like life circumstances that was hitting me with my like my current role at the corporate job, I thought it was a good opportunity for me to actually just go balls deep, essentially go all in, and actually leave corporate for a while. And then worst case, if I run out of money or if the passion's not there, then I'll just hop back into the job. So yeah, so I decided to kind of take the risk, I guess, but it didn't really feel like a risk. What else are you saying? Bro, you have a cat and you're really living my dream. Yeah, I think I answered that already. I have 2 cats, so I think you guys might have only been introduced to Kimpop here. He doesn't like being picked up, but just for you guys, alright? I'm gonna bother him. Alright, big boy. So this one is Kimpop. He's the younger of the 2. And then Nala, she usually likes to jump on my lap or hang out, but I don't know where she is right now. Good boy. I like woke him up from his sleep, so let me drop him back down. Good boy. Yeah, so I have 2 cats. That breed is the British short hair, I believe. And then Nala, not Neela, Nala. Because she looks like a wild animal, like a wild cat. Crazy, Bonnie knows everything. Yeah, gang, my boy is a yapper. I am a yapper. Yes. He's a thick boy. He actually lost weight. So, funny enough, you think he's thick now. He's probably lost, I think I got him to lose about like 3 pounds at least. So, yeah, he's making progress. I'm right, you said I have 6 cats. Damn. What do you mean? How is that possible? Wait, oh my god, I'm mixing you guys up. I'm right, are you in Kerala right now? Or is there... India has a dog problem, right? It's not a cat problem. Or it looks like you guys do have a cat problem if you have 6 cats. Jeez. My understanding, like from my closer Indian friends and stuff, and also things I'll see in the news, it's like you guys have like this crazy problem in some areas with the wild dogs, right? Like, or like the wild street dogs that just kind of run around and like bite you and shit. You gotta be careful with like rabies and all that. Yeah, gotta be careful. Yeah, it was like the first time I ever met someone who hated and was like scared of dogs was one of my Indian friends from back in university. And like he's like deathly afraid of dogs. And then another Indian person I became roommates with, I think he was also afraid of dogs, or he was like really iffy about it. And then I learned later on, I guess, like, you know, maybe especially if you're from India, it's like dogs are not like dogs in the West where, you know, they're well groomed or you breed them. These are like, no, these guys run the streets. So we call our dogs Akshay. That's funny. I'm laughing because Akshay was the name of one of my former bosses. So I did not think that. That's hilarious. Wait, you're working in India. Gotcha. Well, listen, guys, I appreciate you guys are keeping me company. I appreciate the conversation as well. That was a good break from me working on my content. I'm thinking... You said, oh, LOL, I have a dog called Akshay. Nice. What a coincidence. Yeah, well, I did not think of my boss as a dog, so... But yeah, so anyways, so I'm Riot and Bonnie at the very least. I do appreciate you guys hopping through here and just being entertaining and being young, making me feel young as well, and old at the same time. But yeah, like I said, this is what I'm going to do every day of my streams. You get to watch me as I work on all my videos that I need to edit. I'll hop over into photo mode because I also need to do the exact same for all the photography stuff I've done. We're slowly chipping away at all the trips that I've been to, and I do guarantee if you stick around, if you watch all my streams, there's a lot of juicy content that I got, especially from like a wildlife standpoint. I've been in the past year and a half, I think it was roughly like 12 countries that I've been to, a mix of like solo traveling as well as taking clients with me, you know, just seeing the world, hopefully trying to capture as much wildlife as possible. So we've been all over. It's been fun. Yeah. So if I give myself 2 or 3 more days to finish this video, then I have probably another 1 to 2 weeks to finish the next episode. And there may be a 3rd episode for Mongolia because we do have a lot of content. And then we'll move on to the next country, which is Sri Lanka. Then we have a trip to Uganda, a trip to Zimbabwe for a full month. Then we have a trip to Vietnam for a full month, followed by Mongolia again, Zimbabwe again, Uganda again, where I took a honeymoon client, and Japan, went to Hokkaido, Tanzania. So yeah, we got lots. All right, we got lots of content to work on. So I do appreciate it. I'm just kind of reviewing a little bit of what we've completed today. So maybe I'll play this part for you guys as well, because I do want to review this. So let me put on headphones for this. I need to listen to the audio. All right, let's pause the background music. So this is after the snowstorm. We dug out the van.
It's like a baby.
Russian band, Eagle Hunters down there, and our photographer, Yabel. Hi, how are you?
Cold.
Cold, yeah?
Alright, so then from there, we move on to the chapter we just finished here, which is kind of the aftermath. We cool it down a little bit, but then there's one more snowstorm that kicks in. So we go from high adrenaline, start off a bit calm, and then we'll build it up again in terms of energy level. Thank you very much, though. I appreciate it. The audio gives you goosebumps. Awesome, awesome. That's what I'm looking for. This looks like a documentary. Hells yeah, that is one of my aspirations. And Netflix. And then this might be another chapter, so I might even call this another chapter, so like chapter 9, like the aftermath and reflections. And then as it fades to black, the last section is where I'll insert all my photos. So that'll be like the final kind of photo montage. So we found the perfect song, because then here, when that next verse kicks in, this is where you'll see all the photos. I'll give my final parting thoughts. Make sure to like, subscribe, and all the fun stuff about YouTube. And then the video ends. Alright, let me catch up what you guys are saying. Yeah, Netflix. Yeah, man, I would love to get on a Netflix level. Or National Geographic would be the goal, but yeah. Harsh conditions to live. Yeah. At the time, well, this was like unusual. I happened to go here when one of the worst storms hit all of Mongolia. So the weather was like negative 40 degrees for a majority of my time there. And you'll see more of those clips as I, share more. Hey, thank you very much. Benared Baha, thank you very much for subscribing. I appreciate it on YouTube. Make sure to like this video as well. Hopefully it'll get more traction that way. Let's see here real quick. Let me just read what you're saying. Yeah, so really, really harsh conditions. So in terms of the voiceover, I'll also include a bit of that context. But apparently over 500,000 livestock were killed at the time. And my guide said it was like, he said it was actually up to like 2 million livestock were killed because of this crazy cold front that hit Mongolia. And so even the guy that I was staying with, Arduk, he lost one of his horses just because it was that freezing. It was literally just like an ice block, the horse. So you're saying, wait, is that camel dead? Yeah, no, it's a horse. It's a dead horse. It was one of the stallions. What the F horse? Yeah, O horse. What the F they kill it for? No, yeah, so they didn't kill it. It was just literally from that crazy blizzard, from all of this crazy weather, negative 40 degrees and beyond. Just the horse couldn't handle it. Frozen balls is even better. Well, no, here's the thing. Because I didn't learn this until later. I did eat horse meat while I was there. And I couldn't tell you that it was bad. It was just, everything tasted good. But there you're eating like horse meat, camel, yak, cow, everything. But this one, they couldn't eat it because I think Mongolia might be like majority Muslim. And so as part of like the religious faith, you're not allowed to eat things unless it's like blessed or whatever. I forget what the term is. So because this animal wasn't like properly killed, you can't actually eat it or do anything with it. So that's why they dragged it away. They were going to bury it somewhere. So yeah, it got a proper burial. But yeah, I didn't know. I learned a little bit while I was in Mongolia. R.I.P. But thankfully, this was not one of the horses that I'd spent time with. Because I did look to see like, wait, was this one of the horses that I rode or like, that I was filming? It was not one of the ones that we saw. Or actually, we don't know yet. Actually, because we technically have 2 more episodes, possibly, of video content that I have to go through. And that was more towards the end of the trip. But I just put it up in the front because just for continuity. So one of these horses could be... So this is like a speed run of like the rest of our Mongolia travel. So the next episode is going to focus on like basically we went out, it was way too cold, so then we all had to like huddle up in one of the neighbors' homes. Like there's a bunch of eagle hunters, and then we just got good food. Like the wife of the person like cooked for us. We started drinking Mongolian vodka. They started playing music. So that's what this episode is going to be on. Is just like us getting drunk together. And then there'll still be a lot of action shots, including they let me do one of the callings here, so you can see this is what it looks like.
Hey, guy! Ah! Ah!
So the eagle is somewhere over on the right. And then I had a GoPro on my head, so that's what's happening. And I'm like waving around this piece of meat like an idiot. Here it comes, right there. So that's gonna be fun.
Amazing.
That'll be one of the, again, it might be episode 2 or episode 3, depending on how much I can fit in. And then this is like the other version. So then we got the video from the side, and then we got the video. Let's see where it is. Let's speed it up. Must be coming up here, right? So yeah, we're gonna have some really cool, epic shots to share. A little bit of drone shots. I still don't know. I'm not like the best at drone photography. But yeah, so then we'll get a lot of the rides as we went. So basically, I went to go see what they do as eagle hunters. So we went hunting. We weren't successful because the weather was way too cold, but it was pretty fun to just kind of go out with them into the wild. And then yeah, this episode is where I'll show the drone shot, or not the drone shot, the GoPro on the eagle's head. So yeah, we got a lot more adventures to go. You said, damn, aura. Hells yeah. Listen, my trips is how I'm aura farming, but I have to actually edit these videos so people can see it. So, Bonnie said, try uploading that as a short. Yeah, exactly. I'm trying to go in order. So as I complete things, then I can figure out what I can publish as shorts at the same time I'm creating the videos. Bro is playing RDR2. That's what, Red Dead Redemption 2? Nice. IRL. Oh, you're saying about what I'm doing. Gotcha. I thought you were saying you're doing it right now. For real, do I game, bro? I mean, I do, but not like anything professional for sure. I just play casual games. So, for instance, when I have time in between all this, I was playing Death Stranding 2. Before that, I was playing that one, Claire Expedition 33. So I do like those kind of games, and I get a bit autistic where I will do all the side quests, right? I'll spend all the time unlocking everything, leveling up, you know, finding the same boss over and over again so I can get this one, whatever is part of the game. So it's not probably fun to watch me play video games because I'll just go a little way, yeah. Oh, Bonnie, are you actually mildly autistic? Because I'm like co-opting that word. I'll keep saying that about myself. I've never been diagnosed with it, but I definitely have my fair share of being OCD and slightly going too deep into things that most people don't care about. If Bonnie says you're retarded, you have ADHD. Listen, man, whatever makes you unique, you know. These days, you want any of those conditions so that you can be like, oh, I have this and you don't. That's what it's like being young, you know. It ain't funny, gang. All right, fair enough. I'll do my best not to laugh. But I resonate with you, okay? Yes, he is pretty unique. Listen, it takes a certain level of retardation to be sitting at a desk for 9 hours straight, working on things, talking to a camera and to a screen. So we're all a little bit mentally challenged, let's say. All right. We're coming up on 11:45 p.m. I feel like I should probably have my dinner and I need to get a bit of rest. So we made good progress today, honestly. We got through the entirety of our video except for the photos. So once I kind of go through all these photos, we can slot that in here. And then we're at the end of the video. Tomorrow also, oh, let me read what you guys are saying here. True, I don't have a leg and half my body was burned. Damn, well, that's why you're called Riot. I'm Riot. During a plane crash. Listen, now that's not funny because wait, was it India? Wasn't there a plane crash recently? Like the crazy one where it like took down like right before, when was it? I thought there was something I heard recently about a plane crash in India. Rip. During a plane crash, yeah, in 2017, half of his balls are fried. Half of your balls are fried. I would be curious, if you fry the balls, does it pop? Did it pop on you? Did you hear like an actual audible pop? Yeah, that was India like 2 months ago. Oh my god, time flies, man. I'm getting old way too quickly. That is sad, though. Well, listen, like I was saying, okay, so let me just recap in terms of, not recap, let me think about what the game plan is for tomorrow. We'll go full cam for this one. Oh, shit. I just turned around and both my cats are just chilling next to each other. This means they're gonna fight anytime now. Any moment now, these two are about to, like, go at it. Yeah. So I still need to figure out where to set this camera up. I do want to like maybe fix it somewhere so that way I don't have to keep, you know, manually trying to do stuff. But listen, the goal is we're going to keep improving as a streamer, all right? I got a setup over here as well where I can actually hang another camera so we can get some overhead shots when I'm like showing, well, not this, but like my camera gear or whatever else we're doing over there. And then we got the camera for my cats. I technically do have a second camera view over here whenever I need to use it, but there hasn't really been a need as of now. But yeah, we're leveling up, okay? We're gonna make sure these are entertaining streams as much as possible. All right, what am I missing here? Moolah Fire, right? We all love the Punani, as they say. 1v1 UFC TS. What is that? Like tough shit? Is that what it stands for? 1v1 fight. Yeah, well, one of them ran away, so it is what it is. Okay, so game plan tomorrow. What did I say? We need to edit the photos. We got to put it in there. We need to work on a scripting now. So now you're going to watch as I, not you guys specifically, but you'll watch me on stream as I figure out the actual script that we're going to use. I usually get the help of ChatGPT to kind of fine tune it. I'll show the whole process. What else do we need to do? If we make good progress, I also need to start doing the audio mixing. So we'll start testing out how good the audio levels are for everything. We'll do some final color grading because a lot of these shots, I haven't even spent time to really fix the colors. So, you know, like for instance, this dog shot, we'll make it pop a bit more before we actually say it's done. Type shit. Oh, I see. TS is, I've never heard that phrase. Thank you for teaching me. Type shit. We're going to be there. Don't worry. I know that one. Yeah, so I mentioned for the voice recording, so I'll do that off stream, and then for the next day's stream, we'll kind of work with it so that we can finalize. So yeah, basically we're at the finish line, all right? Boys, we are there. We are there. The video is pretty much complete. Not really, but we're almost there. The structure is there. We're just gonna add some color to it. What else is missing? Yeah, I mean, we're going to give ourselves about 2 days to do all of that. Then I'll publish it to YouTube. I'll post it onto the socials. Hey, Dora, what's up? What's happening, man? Good to see you. I feel bad that you're saying let's go now because, like, I'm about to let's go to sleep. So, but I'm just giving the game plan for tomorrow. Hopefully you had a good day, man. Oh, yeah, the other thing I'm going to do is work on the emotes. So since we are now technically a Twitch affiliate, or we're basically on the way there, one of the things we're going to do is look at some of my photos and see which ones could work as actual potential emotes. So we'll spend some time at the beginning of the stream doing this. It's a fun little warm-up exercise for me. So we'll look to see any of the cool photos I've taken in the past that could be possible emotes. Okay, gang, I'm going to go to sleep. Hells yeah. All right. Yeah, it looks like we're all kind of at sleep mode. When am I starting my stream tomorrow? We'll start at 4 p.m. my time, Dubai time. Yeah, so whatever that is. I don't know what it is in India. I think you guys are like 2 hours ahead, maybe. So I'm aiming to stream 8 hours at least every day. So we are now coming up on midnight time. But yeah, I'll be here. I have nowhere else to go. But yeah, listen, I appreciate you guys keeping me entertained. You guys were today was a kind of a quiet day for me on the stream. I did see there's a few of you guys on here, but everyone was staying pretty quiet. So I appreciate the Gen Z energy you guys have provided for me. 8 hours, dang. Dude, that's nothing. I can go all day. Listen, Idora can speak on my behalf, right? He's been there almost from day one. I go all day without eating. I go all day without going to the restroom, except for that one time. Yeah, it's just I have the endurance to survive while starving. So we can do this. We got the energy. So that's the game plan. 4 p.m. I'll see you guys there. I am now going to eat my meal and play with my cats and hopefully go to sleep soon. Thank you guys. Again, sorry, Adora, you just popped in, but yeah, cheers. Thank you guys. Thank you, Bonnie. Thank you, Riot, as well. I appreciate it. Make sure to follow me on those. If you're on Twitch, make sure to follow me there. YouTube and Kick. I do appreciate all of that. Oh, you were here for a while? Awesome. 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 All right. Here's, dude, that's great. If you fall asleep, make sure to fall asleep with my stream playing, so that way I can get the views. So